Test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Now I can hear myself now. Mike.
272 her average. And she'll wave and miss, and she'll go down on strikes as Patak gets masked to swing and miss. So gets the strikeout to lead off the game here, and that'll bring up the third baseman, number 3, Lindsey Rizzo, Jr. Rizzo, a junior, Watson, Louisiana native, Live Oak High School. Left-handed hitter takes the strike. 0-1. One out here, top of the first, just underway, Husky Field, Houston, Texas, campus of HBU here on the southwest side of Houston, Texas. Another gorgeous day for softball. That ball is grounded past Brockway at first. Rizzo on her horse as she will stand with a double as that one got underneath the glove of Brockway down into that right field corner. So Rizzo will stand at second with the one-out double, and that'll bring up Madison Blackford, the right fielder, another left-handed hitter for Southeastern Louisiana. Blackford, a Des Moines, Iowa native, Hoover High School senior. 167 coming into today's game. So left to right in the outfield for HBU, we've got Riley Martin in left field today. Center fielder, Riley Martin's in center field. She's
Flanked in left field. Riley Bullen is in center field. Sierra Humphreys at her normal spot. So most of the lineup is the same as we've seen to start the last couple of weekends here. Humphreys in right and Bullen in center. It's Riley Martin in left. She had to replace after the A&M game the other day as that pitch is fouled back. Cameron Parker had been playing mostly in left field. She turned the ankle, went down in that A&M game on Tuesday night. It was a knee injury, I believe. Pretty severe knee injury from what I was told. She was down and out, had to come out of that ball game up in College Station. So that opened up the spot in left field for the freshman. Riley Martin, freshman from Pearland, a true freshman. Try to designate those freshmen that were here last year that were redshirt freshmen. So that pitch is hammered up high. Third baseman Sidlick camps under it. She's got it, and that's 2 down. So 2 down, runner at second base, top of the first inning. Game 1 of a Southland Conference doubleheader. Lions coming into this game with a 3-0 record as they swept the Cardinals of Lamar last weekend to open Southland Conference play. Ella Manzer, the catcher, 26 right-handed hitter, stands in against Jessica Patak. Patak deals outside. Count goes to 1-0. Manzer 246 on the season. 11 runs, 15 hits, 3 doubles, 14 RBIs for the cleanup hitter. Takes that pitch on the inside corner for a strike, and that'll square the count at a ball and a strike. 2 outs. Runner at second, that's Lindsey Rizzo. Rizzo doubled down the first baseline with 1 out. She stands there at second for the cleanup hitter, Manzer. She takes up high, runs a count to 2-1. Pataka Jr., White Oak, Texas native, comes in 342, the earned run average, 3-4 record for Patak. 7 appearances, 6 starts, 1 complete game on the young season for Patak. She gets that one on the outside. That one's fouled out of play over the Lions dugout. It'll square the count to 2-2. So deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the first inning, just underway. Game 1 of 2. Husky Field, Houston, Texas, Southland Conference softball here on the Husky Sports Network. Rodney Sidley. sitting in the driver's seat. We'll be here all night for 2 games and settle in and enjoy some softball. As that one's hit to Roberts at second base, she'll pick it, throw over to Brockway, and the cleanup hitter Manzer is retired 4-3. So that'll do it in the first inning for Southeastern Louisiana. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left. We'll move to the bottom of the first inning here from Houston. Your score, Southeastern Louisiana 0, and the HBU Huskies are just now coming to bat. Back here in Houston, Texas, Husky Sports Network, Southern Conference Softball, live from Houston today. Southeastern Louisiana HBU, bottom of the first inning. Lions were able to scratch a hit over in that first inning. Nobody got across. That'll bring up Shelby Eccles. Shortstop, number 8, left-handed hitter. She takes down a ball. Eccles, redshirt freshman. She was with the team last year. She hails from Pearland, Texas, but attended St. Agnes Academy in Houston, where she played her high school ball. Takes that one down the middle for a strike. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. Eccles, hot bat coming in. She's really picked it up here in the last couple of weeks. Got that average over 400 now. Coming into tonight's play, 405. Started all 12 games for the Huskies on the year. She hits that one right up the box, and I tell you what, that's something that she's been doing a lot of here the last couple of weeks, is just taking that pitch and just slapping it back up the middle, and it's a good approach for a leadoff hitter, and she's been really getting on base with a lot of regularity, and she's on again to start the bottom of the first inning here against Heather Zumo, right-handed pitcher. She works to the Husky catcher, Heidi Jaquez. She'll bunt foul. Heather Zumo, senior pitcher, Baton Rouge, Louisiana native. Transferred from LSU Eunice. 295 earned run average, 7-2 record coming in facing Jaquez. Jaquez tries to lay it down again, foul. Now she's in a hole 0-2. Heidi Jaquez, senior, Wharton, Texas. Came back for another year. Has been the Husky rock behind that dish for Coach Mary Ellen Hall. And a rock defensively, and honestly not bad with the bat either, as 452 is her average coming in, leading this Husky team. Started all 12 games, Jaquez. She swings and misses, and she's down on strikes for the first out here in the bottom of the first inning. So 1 out. Eccles at first, And that'll bring up the Husky third baseman, number 11, Autumn Sidlick. Sidlick, right-handed hitter. 361 her average coming in. And she rips that one foul, now to play. Those fast hands we talk about. Sidlick. She gets those hands going. She has a tendency to really rip that ball down that left field line. Such a quick bat, boy, but she get a hold of it. She can make it go. Swings through that one now. Sidlick down in the count 0-2. One out. Shelby Eccles at first. She reached on a base knock to start things. Jaquez followed with a strikeout. Now 0-2 the count to Sidlick. Pitches outside. 1-2. Sidlick, a sophomore. Takes up high again, and that'll even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sidlick played that third base position her freshman year, moved over last year to first base, now back to third this year. She looks at the 2-2, swings and misses. She'll go down on strikes, and that's 2 strikeouts of the first 3 hitters for Heather Zumo. Now she'll have to face the Husky cleanup hitter, first baseman Caitlin Brockway. Brockway is a sophomore, 382 coming in. Tomball, Texas native, Tomball Memorial High School. Takes outside a ball, 1-0. So HBU coming into tonight's game, 8-4 the record. 1-2 as they dropped 2 of 3 here last weekend to Abilene Christian. Look to get that Southland Conference record back on the plus side against this tough Southeastern Louisiana school. 1-1 the count, 2 outs. Eccles at first. Southeastern was one of those top 4 picks. I believe they were third behind McNeese and Stephen F. Austin to start this season preseason. As Zumo takes something off of that pitch and misses, and it's 2-1. So these Lions were picked to be at the top of that Southland Conference race, and they've started 3-0. Brockway will foul that off the catcher's mask. Catcher Manzer. She'll take a little stroll a little bit. That one kind of jarred her a little bit. Coach comes out of the dugout. Rick Freeman. Check on his backstop. She seems to be shaking it off okay. I'll give her a few minutes behind the plate. So 2-2 the count, 2 outs. Each team has a hit. Eccles led off this bottom of the first with a base knock up the middle. She has remained there as Jaquez and Sidlick both struck out. It's up to Brockway. She looks at one outside, and that'll move the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. So full count. Eccles with 2 outs should be off on the pitch. Brockway looking for something she can get in a gap here and let the speedy Eccles do a little running around those bases. It's 3-2 pitches, swung on and missed. So after the leadoff single by Eccles, Zumo comes back and strikes out the side. So we'll move to the top of the second here at Husky Field in Houston, Texas. No score between the Southeastern Louisiana Lions and the HBU Huskies. You're watching HBU Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back at Husky Field, Houston, Texas, top of the second. Jessica Patak working for the HBU Huskies. Pitches inside a ball. There's a count to 1-1. The Lions' first baseman, senior Madison Watson. Watson pops that one foul out of play. Move the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Watson, a senior. Reserve Louisiana native, Riverside Academy. Working with a 1-2 count. Jessica Patak will rip that one foul down the third baseline. Wind it up and do it again at 1-2. Watson, a senior, 267 on the young season. Did 15 at-bats, 4 hits, 2 doubles, 4 RBIs. Southeastern Louisiana, 12-11 is the record coming in. 3-0 Southland in Southland play. They swept a 3-game series against Lamar in Hammond last weekend. As that ball's dribbled down to Sidlick. She's got it over to Brockway. And Watson is retired 5-3. And that'll bring up the shortstop, number 5, Kelsey Bowden. Bowden is senior, 231 average coming in, right-handed hitter. Takes a strike. Bowden also a senior. A pretty senior-laden lineup here for much different than Mary Ellen Hall's lineup here with a lot of youngsters at HBU. A lot of upperclassmen here for Southeastern as that ball is hit up to the infield. Center fielder coming in, that's Bullen. She'll squeeze it, and there's 2 down here in the top of the second. That'll bring up Cameron Beal, another senior. Houma, Louisiana, Houma Christian High School. For the Lions' second baseman, 207 average coming in, left-handed hitter. Patak works down low for a ball, and it's 1-0. So HBU looking to get back on the plus side, dropped 2 of 3 to Abilene Christian here last weekend. Pitches a strike. That'll square the count, of ball and the strike. And then found themselves on the short end of a 6-0 shutout at Texas A&M. Game played at Davis Diamond on Tuesday night. All kinds of trouble for HBU pitching in that game. As the pitch is a strike, and that'll move the count to 1-2. You look down at that pitching lineup from Tuesday night's game. 5 hits, 6 runs, all earned. It's the 8 walks and 3 hit batters came back to haunt HBU pitchers in that game as the pitch is outside, and that'll move the count to 2-2. Two hit batters in that game actually 3 by Lindy Swanson, 2 of them which were bases loaded that drove in runs, and that became the undoing of the Huskies up in Aggie land on Tuesday night as that pitch is bounced past Sidlick at third, foul. Count remains 2-2. So Deuce is wild again, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. For the Lions' second baseman, Cameron Beal. Audrey Greeley, designated player, waits on deck. Two pitches dribbled on the ground to Sidlick. Has a little trouble getting a handle on it, and she will be safe. Ball got away from Sidlick just a little bit down there at third base, and no chance to get the speedy left-hander Beal. And she'll reach on it. What is called an infield hit, and that'll bring up the designated player, Audrey Greeley, another left-handed hitter. Greeley listed as an outfielder by trade, left-handed hitter, freshman, one of the few underclassmen, but she will take off, and she is out that time as Beal tries to steal. Jaquez comes up throwing, and that'll retire the side. So no runs, one hit, no errors, one left. And we'll go to the bottom of the second inning here from Husky Field in Houston. Your score, Southeastern Louisiana nothing, HBU nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network. Rodney Sidlick here, Houston, Texas, Southland Conference Softball with my cast of characters here in the press box. Always keeping it live and entertaining up here, as we have no idea how long we'll be up here tonight. Bottom of the second inning. J.C. Roberts, second baseman, swings and misses. HBU, 5-hitter, freshman, redshirt freshman. She was with the ball club last year. Deer Park, Texas native. Swung a hot bat as well, 317 coming in for the freshman. And she gets that one down to second base. Beal over to Watson to retired Roberts, and there's one down here in the second. So both pitchers making pretty quick work of things here in the early going here. That'll bring up the 6-hitter, center fielder number 5, Riley Bullen, the senior, League City, Texas native, Clear Creek High School, San Jacinto Junior College transfer. Swings and misses, down 0-1. So one out, bottom of the second, no score here. We're in Houston. HBU, Southeastern Louisiana, second weekend of Southland Conference play. Zumo works down low, and that'll square the count at a ball and a strike for the Huskies. Center fielder Riley Bullen. Bullen, 342. She's been hot lately as well as she swings and misses, moving the count to 1-2. Bullen 342, 38 at-bats, 6 runs, 13 hits, a couple of doubles, a triple, 2 home runs, and 11 RBIs for the senior. She takes outside, and that'll square the count at 2-2. And those top 6 in that HBU lineup have really swung the bats well. Over 300 for all of the top 6 in that lineup as the pitch is fouled back. Count remains 2-2. Trying to stay hot and get back on the plus side in Southland Conference play. Two-two pitch. The appeal goes down to first, and the first base umpire says no swing, and that'll make it a full count. So 3-2. Already one out here in the bottom of the second. The ground out by J.C. Roberts, Riley Bullen, and the designated player freshman Jackie Jessup waits on deck for HBU as that ball is hit out to left fielder in. That's Mass, and she's got it. And there's 2 down here in the second. Designated player, 7-hitter Jackie Jessup steps in for HBU. Jessup, a utility player, freshman, true freshman, Sugar Land, Texas, Fort Bend Christian Academy. Right-handed hitter. She takes a strike, and it's 0-1. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Another freshman, Riley Martin, waits on deck, would be next for HBU as Jessup swings at a pitch outside and misses, and she's down in the count 0-2. Jessup 214. Started 4 games, played in 10. She's got 3 hits on the season, 1 double, 1 RBI. Goes for that outside corner again and fouls that one back, and the count remains 0-2. So Jessup, Martin, and then Sierra Humphreys rounds out the HBU 9 here tonight. Once again, outside pitch. Jessup just spoils it. Count remains 0-2. 2 outs. 0-2-0 for Southeastern Louisiana. 0-1-0 for HBU. Both pitchers have worked pretty quietly and efficient here in the early going. 0-2 pitch to Jessup. Wants to go outside again. That time Jessup wanted nothing to do with it. Way outside. She'll hold off, and it's 1-2. Nice weather here. It was coming in. It's the 3rd weekend in a row. Been up here for early March. It's been good as Jessup swings and misses, and that'll retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We'll move to the top of the 3rd from Husky Field in Houston, Texas. No score between the Southeastern Louisiana Lions and the HBU Huskies. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back at Husky Field, Houston, Texas. Top of the 3rd we go. Game 1 of a Southland Conference doubleheader. We've reached the number 9 position in the order. Center fielder Cameron Goodman for Southeastern Louisiana, left-handed hitter. This is designated hitter Audrey Greeley. She'll be followed by the number 9 hitter Cameron Goodman. Then we'll go back to the top of the lineup for Ariel Mass. Pitches a strike, and that'll square the count at a ball and a strike. Greeley, Goodman, and Mass here in the top of the 3rd, facing Jessica Patak. Pitch is bunted right to Sidlick at 3rd. She'll squeeze it, and there's 1 down here in the 3rd. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter Cameron Goodman. Goodman, a freshman, 289 coming in. Marrero, Louisiana, John Curtis High School. Left-handed hitter, shows bunt, now ducks out of the way, pitches up for a ball. Goodman, 289, 45 ABs, 12 runs, 13 hits, 1 home run, and 8 RBIs. Once again, she'll show bunt to Patak, pull it back, now square again. She takes that pitch for a strike as the corners, Sidlick and Brockway, were charging. 1-1 is the count. 1 out here, top of the 3rd inning. Jessica Patak. Works up high a ball. 2-1 the count. Patak, a junior from White Oak, Texas, White Oak High School. Control pitcher. Mid-50s is her velocity. She works the corners. It's right back to Patak. Patak over to Brockway just in time. 1-3 on the putout. And there's 2 down. We'll go back to the top of the lineup for Southeastern Louisiana. That's the left fielder, Ariel Mass. She struck out her first time. Trying to get something started here with 2 outs for Southeastern. She hits that one right to the shortstop, Eccles, and that'll retire the side. So 3 up, 3 down for Southeastern Louisiana in the 3rd. We'll move to the bottom of the 3rd inning from Husky Field in Houston. No score between Southeastern Louisiana and HBU. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Left fielder Riley Martin steps in for HBU to lead off the bottom of the 3rd. Martin, a freshman. Left-handed hitter, Pearland, Texas, Pearland High School. Takes a ball, 1-0. Martin, 091 on the young season. Only played in 9 games, 2 starts, 11 ABs, 2 runs and 1 hit as she takes a strike to even the count at a ball and a strike. Bottom of the 3rd inning, Husky Field, Houston, Texas. Pitches outside a ball, and that'll run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. As Riley Martin leads it off, she'll be followed by Sierra Humphreys, left fielder. Then we go back to the top with Shelby Eccles. Pitch is fouled back. Square the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 games here today. Another one coming up tomorrow. We're commenting on the weathers. Flags are blowing out towards center field here at Husky Field. Pitch is fouled back. But once again, for early to mid-March, we've had some really good weather. Just gorgeous day today. Little chilly, but warmed up quite nicely into the low 70s today. We may drop a little bit once the sun goes down for the nightcap. But all in all, pretty good weather here at the early going as that pitch is hit down the left field line and foul. Nobody will get to that. Martin stays alive 2-2. As we said, Martin kind of moved into that left field position after Cameron Parker had the knee injury against Texas A&M on Tuesday night, had to be helped off the field. Oof, close pitch there to Martin. She's able to lay off. That'll fill the count at 3-2 strikes. So, young freshman here, tried to find her way in this Husky lineup, making the pitcher work, swings and misses, and she'll go down on strikes. As Zumo, again, battling here, gets another strikeout. And that'll bring up the junior, Sierra Humphreys. Humphreys, a junior, Tecumseh, Oklahoma native. Left-handed hitter, takes a ball. 1-0 the count. Humphreys fouls that one off, left side. Square the count at 1-1. Humphreys 208 coming in. Takes a pitch down for a ball, 2-1 the count. $11 games, 10 starts for Humphreys. 5 hits on the young season, a couple of doubles. She hits that one down to second base. Beal up over to Watson. And Humphreys is retired 4-3. 2 down here in the bottom of the third. We'll go back to the top of the lineup. Leadoff hitter, shortstop, Shelby Eccles. Red shirt freshman, left-handed hitter. Swings and misses. 0-1. 2 down. Eccles right up the box for the base knock to lead this ball game off, but then could move no further. The only hit of the ball game so far for HBU was that leadoff hitter, hit by Eccles. She finds herself down a count 0-2 here, bottom of the third. It's call, strike 3 as Zumo gets the call strike. Eccles goes down looking. 3 up, 3 down for HBU in the bottom of the third. We'll go to the top of the fourth from Husky Field in Houston, Texas. No score between the Lions of Southeastern Louisiana and the HBU Huskies. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Lindsey Rizzo to lead it off. Left-handed hitter for Southeastern Louisiana. Top of the four we go as we move quickly and quietly through game one of a doubleheader. Pitcher's duel as it's become here between Heather Zumo of Southeastern Louisiana and Jessica Patak of HBU. Rizzo takes that pitch for a ball. And it's 1-0. Patak working quickly, works up high a ball. Now 2-0. Patak came into today's game 3 up, 4 down in the win-loss column, 342 the earned run average. Six games started, 1 complete games, 26 innings, 16 hits, 11 runs, 10 earned. Cal moves to 3-0. It happens sometimes with Patak. She gets into trouble. Doesn't throw overly hard. Control pitcher to work those corners and is falling behind the leadoff hitter for Southeastern Louisiana, third baseman Lindsey Rizzo. She gets a strike in there that time, and the count moves to 3-1. Patak works outside a ball 4. Rizzo reaches on the base on balls. That'll bring up Madison Blackford, right fielder. This is what gets Patak into trouble. And we talked about the game at Texas A&M on Tuesday night. That was the Achilles heel of this HBU pitching staff, as we said. Only giving up 5 hits in that game against a tough A&M lineup as the pitch is bunted, and nobody's going to get that one. I believe they've called, well, see what they've called him. I think they called a foul ball, and they're going to send the batter back. Not sure. Southland Conference officiating crew will talk about it. Southeastern head coach Rick Freeman.
Why? Basically, the ball hit the bat again.
So the ball hit the batter in the batter's box, and she will be called out. So that'll be 1 down. Rizzo remains at first, and that'll bring up the catcher, Ella Manzer. So 1 down, and we were talking about that pitching for HBU Tuesday night against A&M. 5 hits, 8 bases on balls to 4 strikeouts, and 3 hit batters. So that pitch is hit foul out of play, and that became the undoing of HBU. So they lost at 6-0. LSU was in Hammond on that same night, Tuesday night, beat this Southeastern club 12-1. Always good when those big colleges come to visit the Southland schools. LSU played in Hammond on Tuesday night, got the 12-1 win. So that pitch is up high a ball, and the count moves to 1-1 on Manzer, senior. Alexandria, Louisiana, Alexandria High School for Manzer. Pitch is fouled straight back over our heads here at the press box. Count remains 1-2, 1 out. Runner at first base, that's Rizzo. She walked. Blackford was called out when the ball hit her in the box for the first out. Now Manzer bats with a 1-2 count and 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. So the ball's hit down to Sidlick, gets in front of her, keeps it in front, and she'll go across 5-3 for the putout of Manzer. 2 down now, and that'll bring up Madison Watson. So good play by Sidlick as that pitch was hit. The pitch was hit hard. Was able to keep it in front, had plenty of time to come up and make the throw over to Brockway for out number 2 on the play. Rizzo moves up to second, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Madison Watson. Pitch is in there for a strike. Senior Watson. Reserve, Louisiana, Riverside Academy, senior. 267 coming into tonight's action. Right-handed hitter looks at it. Letter high gets the strike call, and Patak now ahead 0-2. Rizzo stands at second base. Other Southland Conference action around the league. SFA defeated Nichols 6-0 game one of their doubleheader. Will run SFA to a quick 4-0 lead as the preseason favorite in the Southland Conference as the pitch is down low, a ball, and it's 1-2. A&M Corpus Christi up against winless Lamar, top of the sixth inning, 6-0. Northwestern State 1-0 over UIW, top of the third.
Okay. Bye.
Game two between SFA and Nichols. SFA already leading 2-0 in the bottom of the first innings. The pitch is up high, ball. Move the count to 2-2. So full swing, full slate of action here from Southland Conference play. Also, Central Arkansas is in Abilene to take on Abilene Christian tonight. Get a score. Call strike 3. She got her, and that'll retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth inning here from Husky Field in Houston. No score between the Southeastern Louisiana Lions and the HBU Huskies. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, Rodney Sidlick bringing you the play-by-play Southland Conference softball game one of a doubleheader between the Huskies, Houston Baptist University, and the Southeastern Louisiana Lions. 0-2-0, the line score for Southeastern Louisiana, 0-1-0. So a pitcher's duel so far in game one of our doubleheader tonight between Jessica Patak of HBU and Heather Zumo of Southeastern Louisiana. Heidi Jaquez will lead it off for HBU, left-handed hitting senior catcher. Takes outside a ball. Jaquez struck out her first time at bat. Number 2 in the lineup. She'll be followed by Sidlick and Brockway here, bottom of the fourth inning for HBU. That pitch is hit out to right. Right fielder back, looking up. That ball is gone. Home run, Heidi Jaquez. She got that one up in the air and just drilled that over the Firehouse sub sign in right field. She got all of that one, and she got that ball out of here in a hurry. Jaquez, that listed as her first home run of the season. So that gets HBU out to the 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the fourth inning. That'll bring up Autumn Sidlick. Power just the same. Sidlick, Brockway, Roberts. A lot of power in the middle of that HBU lineup as Sidlick takes on the outside corner for a strike, finds herself down a hole, 0-1. So off the bat of Heidi Jaquez, HBU takes a early 1-0 lead. It's only the second hit for HBU. Shelby Eccles led the game off with a base knock. So Jaquez's home run, only the second hit of the day here for HBU, is Sidlick outside again, call strike. Now Sidlick in protect mode as she's down in the count 0-2. Sedlick struck out her first time at bat. Up high at ball. 1-2. Nobody out. Jaquez leads it off with the round tripper to start the bottom of the fourth for HBU. Sidlick and Brockway to follow. Sidlick fights that one off, fouls it back. At that home run in the previous at bat, 16th home run of her illustrious four-year career here at HBU for Heidi Jaquez. Like I said, she has been a rock behind that dish for Coach Mary Ellen Hall, both offensively and defensively. Quite a complete player. Sidlick pops that one up on the infield. Second baseman Beal has a little bit of trouble but is able to bring it down, and Sidlick is retired for the first out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Caitlin Brockway steps into the box for HBU. She struck out her first time at bat. Swings and misses, takes a healthy cut right there as Zumo retired. Struck out the side after the base knock by Eccles to lead off the first inning. Swing and a miss by Brockway, and she's down in the count 0-2 for the sophomore first baseman. Tomball, Texas native. Memorial High School. One out here. Bottom of the fourth as she takes outside a ball. Moves the count to 1-2. So HBU on the board. Courtesy of a Heidi Jaquez. Home run to right. Jay-Z Roberts is on deck as that ball is popped to the second baseman, Beal. She'll squeeze it. And there's two down here in the bottom of the fourth, and that'll bring up second baseman Jay-Z Roberts. Roberts 0 for 1 on the day. Right-handed hitting second baseman. So also played the outfield, started the season in the outfield. Takes down low a ball. JC moved from the outfield to the infield after the injury to Avery Drake. Injury starting to mount for this HBU team as that ball is hit to center. Center fielder back, looking up, and on the wall, at the wall, she'll haul it in right there at the just to the right of the 218 sign to retire the side. So Roberts got under that one a little bit, and she's retired to retire the side. But the Huskies take the lead, courtesy of a solo home run off the bat of the senior catcher, Heidi Jaquez. We'll move to the top of the fifth inning from Husky Field in Houston. Your new score, HBU 1, Southeastern Louisiana nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here at Husky Field, Houston, Texas, Rodney Sidlick, play-by-play action, Southland Conference Softball, Game 1, doubleheader. Jessica Patak works in her fifth inning for HBU. She works to the Southeastern Louisiana shortstop, Kelsey Bowden, as she rips that one past Sidlick at third. Martin up with it back in, and Bowden has a leadoff single for Southeastern Louisiana to start things here in the top of the fifth. That'll bring up the second baseman, Cameron Beal. Beal 1 for 1 on the day. Looking to get something started as Southeastern trails for the first time. 1-0 as that ball is bunted back to the pitcher, Patak, over to Brockway. 1-3 on the put out. As Bowden is retired. Or Beal is retired, excuse me, and that'll bring up the designated player, Audrey Greeley. Left-handed hitter. 400 coming in for the freshman, Greeley. Geismar, Louisiana, Parkview Baptist High School. Takes a ball 1-0. So Bowden stands at second. Base hit, sacrifice got her there, now 1 out. Pitches up high, ball, it's 2-0. To the Southeastern Louisiana designated player, Audrey Greeley. Number 8 hitter here in this lineup. She pops that one up. Shortstop Eccles in. Left fielder won't be able to get there. Ball is hit on the ground. Throw over to second to Sidlick. She's safe. Should be a base hit as a bloop base hit in front of Martin in left field. So that ball got between her and Shelby Eccles and got down, and now Southeastern Louisiana is in business here. Top of the fifth with runners at first and third. 1 down for the number 9 hitter, center fielder Cameron Goodwin. Left-handed hitter. Let's see what she does. 289 coming in for Goodman. She'll look at strike one as the pitch is, as the runners moves down. Greeley. She'll take second. Now 2 runners in scoring position for the number 9 hitter, freshman. Goodman, Marrero, Louisiana. John Curtis High School. She'll bunt, pull back, take strike, and now she's down in the count 0-2. Big hitter right now for Jessica Patak as Heidi Jaquez has staked HBU to a 1-0 lead here in the top of the fifth. Southeastern Louisiana threatening here in the top of the fifth with second and third, 1 out. 0-2 pitch. Pitch is fouled back by Goodman. Count will remain 0-2. Jessica Patak working in the circle today for HBU. Facing the number 9 hitter, Cameron Goodman. As that pitch is popped up on the infield, shortstop Eccles in fair territory will haul it in. 2 down now, and we'll move back to the top of the lineup for Ariel Mass.
Now batting number 17, Ariel Mass.
Second and third, 2 outs now for the Lions leadoff hitter. 0 for 2 with the strikeout on the day for Mass. Takes a ball, and it's 1-0. So big hitter right here for Jessica Patak, trying to get out of this trouble with second and third. 2 outs now. 4 hits so far on the day for Southeastern. Pitches up high a ball, and it's 2-0. Mass should reach. Third baseman Lindsey Rizzo waits on deck for Southeastern. Patak has one job to do right now, and that's go after the Lions leadoff hitter. Pitch is fouled back left side. Yeah, 1-2 is the count. Or 2-1. Yeah, it was 2-0. Now it's 2-1. So 2-1 the count. 2 outs. Second and third. Pitch is outside a ball, and the count will move to 3-1. Jaquez will go out to talk to Patak. Big situation right in here. Don't want to load the bases for Rizzo. Second and third, 3-1 the count. On Mass, 2 outs. Pitch is looped past the infield. That ball is going to get to the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Mass is on her horse. She's going to dig into 3. She's going to get there easily, and it's a 2-run triple for the Lions' leadoff hitter, Ariel Mass. She got that one in the gap between Bullen and Humphreys in right center field. It went to the wall. 2 runs scored easily, and the Lions have taken a 2-1 lead here at the top of the 5th, courtesy of that 2-out triple by Ariel Mass. So that'll bring up the third baseman, Lindsey Rizzo, Jr. Watson, Louisiana, Live Oak High School for Rizzo. Pitch is fouled back, and it's 0-1. Patak looking to limit the damage now as she finds herself behind 2-1 after Jaquez staked her to that 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th. Southeastern Louisiana has come back to scratch 2 here in the 5th as that ball is grounded to shortstop Eccles, 6-3 to Brockway, and that retires the side. A couple of hits, big one coming on the 2-run triple by Ariel Mass with 2 outs. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th inning from Husky Field in Houston. Southeastern Louisiana Lions leading it 2-1 over HBU. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Riley Bullen to lead it off for HBU here as we move to the bottom of the 5th inning on a quickly moving game from Husky Field, Houston, Texas. Southland Conference softball action second weekend. Lions come into tonight's action 3-0. They come off a 3-game sweep of Lamar in Hammond on Saturday, or this past weekend, excuse me. So Bullen leads off for HBU, takes a strike. HBU dropped 2 of 3 to Abilene Christian here at Husky Field last weekend. So they come into tonight's action 8-4, 1-2 in Southland Conference play as Bullen swings and misses. She finds herself down in the count 0-2. So outside of the solo home run by Heidi Jaquez, Heather Zumo Good work so far for the Southeastern Louisiana pitchers. Bullen hits that one out into right field. Blackford there to handle it, and there's one down here in the bottom of the fifth.
Batting number 27, Jackie Jessup.
Jackie Jessup will step in for HBU. Strikeout victim her first time. She'll be followed by Riley Martin, who waits on deck. Here in the bottom of the fifth, HBU trailing it 2-1. Jessup swings and misses. Jessup 214 coming into tonight's action. Right-handed hitter. Designated player in tonight's game. Swings and misses again. Finds herself down in the count 0-2. So Heather Zumo, right-handed pitcher for Southeastern Louisiana. Good work so far through 4 1/3 for Zumo. 6 strikeouts already for Zumo. Only the 1 earned run, 2 hits. 0-2 count now on Jessup. Right-handed hitting freshman. Off-speed pitch. Pulled the string on that one and got her. Caught her looking. And there's 2 down.
Now batting number 26, Riley Martin.
Riley Martin will step in. Freshman left fielder. Pearland, Texas native. Pearland High School, so she was a Lady Oiler. Swings and misses from the left side. Martin 091 coming in. Looking for her second hit of the young season. Takes down a ball. As we mentioned earlier, kind of had to move into that left field spot. Kind of necessity as the senior Cameron Parker was injured. That ball is hit down to second. Beal up over to Watson. Martin is retired to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for HBU in the bottom of the fifth. We'll move to the top of the 6th inning. From Husky Field in Houston, Texas, your score, Southeastern Louisiana 2, HBU 1. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Madison Blackford, the right fielder, lead it off for Southeastern Louisiana. As we move to the top of the 6th in a rapidly moving game 1 of a doubleheader, Jessica Patak back to the circle for HBU. Patak, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. As the pitch is fouled back, Jaquez may have a play on this. It comes out of her glove as it pops out of her glove. Fighting that sun here. No clouds in the sky here in Houston on this sunny, cool afternoon in mid-March. Really nice weather, wind blowing straight out from home plate to center field as Old Glory is blowing straight out above that 218 sign and straight away center field for HBU. So Blackford gets new life down in the count 0-1 with that foul ball. So work over to Brockway. It's foul. Blackford finds herself down in the count 0-2. Blackford is senior. left-handed hitter, Des Moines, Iowa, Hoover High. So from Des Moines, Iowa, she finds herself in Hammond, Louisiana. That ball is hit to center. Bullen under it. She'll squeeze it. And there's one down here in the sixth.
Now batting number 26,
Ella
Ella Manzer.
Manzer, the catcher, senior, will step in. 0 for 2 on the day for Manzer, right-handed hitter. From Alexandria, Louisiana. Patak will work. Ball's hit foul. Past the third base coach. So Patak will work ahead in the count 0-1. On the right-handed hitting senior catcher, Ella Manzer. Pitches inside a ball. The 2-5-0 for Southeastern Louisiana, 1-2-0 for HBU. Top of the sixth inning. First game of two. His ball is hit over to Eccles. Eccles up over to Brockway. 6-3 on the putout of Manzer. She's retired, 2 down, and that'll bring up Madison Watson, the first baseman. Watson, another senior, 267 coming in. Reserve Louisiana Riverside Academy. Bats with nobody on and 2 outs here for Southeastern Louisiana in the top of the sixth inning. Jessica Batiz, that ball is hit to Eccles. Bloop, she'll squeeze it and that'll retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Southeastern Louisiana. We'll move to the bottom of the sixth inning. Southeastern Louisiana 2, HBU 1. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, bottom of the sixth inning, we move. Number 9 hitter in the lineup for HBU, Sierra Humphreys. 0 for 1 on the day. Then we'll have Eccles and Jaquez back to the top. Humphreys takes a ball, and it's 1-0. New pitcher for Southeastern Louisiana, Ellie Dubois. Freshman. This pitch is fouled back. Count moves to 1-1. Dubois, 6-foot freshman right-handed pitcher. Hails from Shreveport, Louisiana, Evangel Christian Academy. Ball's in the dirt, and the count will move to 2-0. Or 2-1, excuse me. Strike will square the count at 2-2. Got him. Strike 3. 1 out here. Humphreys goes down. That'll move us back to the top of the lineup with Shelby Eccles, the shortstop. 1 for 2. She got the game started with a base knock right back up the box. One of only 2 hits so far for HBU as they have struggled against Heather Zumo, hoping to make something happen against Dubois. She hits that one to center fielder. Cameron Goodman will race over into left and snag it, and there's quickly 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning for Heidi Jaquez. Jaquez, she's the hero of the afternoon so far for HBU. Solo home run to right center her last time up. And she homered right between the Raisin Canes and Firehouse subsigns. Guess that would make it over the Houston Federal Credit Union sign in right center for the only HBU run on the day. Rick Freeman will come out and have a word with the Southland Conference umpiring crew. Dubois came into tonight's action, 420 on the earned run average, 0-1 record. 8 appearances all in relief so far for Dubois. As she works with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Husky catcher, Heidi Jaquez, she grounds that one. Count moves to 2-1. Jaquez, senior catcher. Sidlick waits on deck, would be next for HBU. Off-speed pitch by Dubois. Doesn't get the call, and the count moves to 3-1. Now Jaquez would like to find a way on base, give Sidlick a chance to swing here with 2 outs. The Huskies trailing it by 1-2-1 here, bottom of the 6th inning. Jaquez will fight that one off into the screen, foul. The count will go full to 3-2. Ellie Dubois on in relief of Zumo. Call strike 3, and looks like Dubois got a pretty good off-speed pitches. Jaquez is caught looking to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We'll move to the 7th with Southeastern Louisiana leading it 2-1 over HBU. You're watching Southland Conference softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, Rodney Sidlick. We'll go to the final frame here. Huskies chasing 1, down 2-1. Southeastern Louisiana, Kelsey Bowden lead it off here. Right-handed hitter, swings and misses. Bowden, shortstop, senior. New Iberia, Louisiana. One for two on the day as she squares to bunt, pulls back for a ball. 1-1 the count on Bowden. Cameron Beal waits on deck for Southeastern Louisiana. Lions looking to go 4-0 in Southland Conference play. Huskies looking to get back into the win column after dropping 2-3 to Abilene Christian as the pitch is fouled back. 1-2 the count. Doubleheader tonight. Single game tomorrow to wrap up this three-game series. And the Huskies will hit the road. 1-2 the count, nobody out. Pitch is outside a ball. Count goes to 2-2 on the Lions shortstop, Kelsey Bowden. Bowden 231 coming in for the senior. Looking get something started here for Southeastern Louisiana as she takes outside a ball. Patak has gone the entire way for HPU. Patak 2 runs, both earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts through 5. Good job by Patak, but Husky hitters have been shut down as that ball's hit in front of Martin in left field. Base hit. Bowden reaches, and that'll bring up Cameron Beal, the second baseman. Beal from Houma, Louisiana. Houma Christian, senior. Left-handed hitter. Maybe asked to bunt here. Try to get that insurance run in scoring position. Beal 207 coming in. She will square to bunt. Doesn't offer, and it's 1-0. Top of the 7th inning, one shot left for HPU. Southeastern Louisiana looking to get some insurance here in the top of this 7th inning. 2-6-0 Southeastern, 1-2-0. Only 2 hits for HPU. Beal squares to bunt again, pulls back, and it's 2-0. Last thing Patak wants to do is start walking base runners here as the Huskies are chasing one. Leadoff person aboard in the person of Kelsey Bowden. Beal will square. Pitch is high ball. That's 3-0. Patak will walk around the circle, catch her breath, try to come back and go after the Lions' second baseman, Cameron Beal. 1 for 2 on the afternoon so far for Beal. Looking for more. She'll be taking all the way. Pitches a strike on the outside corner. I'll move the count to 3 balls and a strike. Patak working. Bunt is in front of third. Sidlick will have it over to Roberts covering. She will throw back to Eccles. No play there. 5-4 on the put out of Beal. So Bowden moves into scoring position at second for Audrey Greeley, the designated player. Greeley 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Stands in at an RBI opportunity. Bowden standing at second base. Base hit. She stands there with 1 out. Patak works. Pitch is hit out to left. Martin in. She's got it. Squeezes it, and there's 2 down. Big out that time for Patak. Now she's got to go after the Lions' number 9 hitter, center fielder Cameron Goodman. Goodman 0 for 2 on the day, freshman. Marrero, Louisiana. She will have a conversation with her head coach, Rick Freeman, before she steps in. Taking a look at the HBU schedule. Like I said, we doubleheader tonight. Game 2 coming up immediately following this first game. 12 noon first pitch for tomorrow. No midweek game scheduled for the Huskies this week. They will hit the road for Southland Conference play this coming Friday, a week from today. They will hit the road for Natchitoches, Louisiana, as they will play the Demons of Northwestern State in a 3-game series in Natchitoches. Ball is hit out to center. Bullen's there. She'll squeeze it, and that'll retire the side. So no runs on a hit. 1 left. We'll move to the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for HBU. Southeastern Louisiana leading it 2-1. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Last chance for HBU here. Game 1 of a doubleheader. 3, 4, and 5 due for HBU here in the bottom of the 7th as they trail it 2-1 to Southeastern Louisiana. First game of a doubleheader, Southland Conference play. Autumn Sidlick stands in, right-handed hitter for HBU. Throws that off-speed pitch. Bender. Kind of pitch that gives Sidlick trouble. Sidlick's a dead red fastball hitter. She's looking for the gas. And she'll pop that one foul and find herself down to count 0-2. One of the things that plagues Sidlick as a hitter, getting behind in that count. And she can find the count in her favor. And she can swing away. She can do a lot of damage with that power. She gets down on the count, has to swing at the pitcher's pitch. Pitchers tend to stay away from her and give her off-speed stuff. Sidlick having to protect here down in the count 0-2. Nobody out, bottom of the 7th, leading it off. Off-speed pitch again. Sidlick lays off. Count of 1-2. So Sidlick, Brockway, and Roberts, meat of that Husky order. Oh, call strike 3 as that off-speed pitch was at the letter. Sidlick goes down looking, and there's one down here in the 7th. So a lot of a different look, we'll say, for Ellie Dubois as opposed to Heather Zumo. Zumo was bringing it pretty good here in the early going. They brought Dubois out of the bullpen as she works to Brockway for a strike. Looks like Dubois is kind of your change of pace pitcher, more of the off-speed stuff, and it's really got these Husky hitters off balance. Brockway just waves, dribbles it foul. Now she's down in a count 0-2, and she faces the same dilemma that Sidlick faced, getting down in the count, especially when you're facing an off-speed pitcher, somebody that doesn't throw hard, that throws some ball with movement. And she comes back, tries to get her with the fastball. Good pitch. Just off the plate. Brockway couldn't do anything with it, had to look at it. 1-2 the count. One out here. Huskies still chasing one, down 2-1. Brockway gets that one. That's a fair ball. Down the left field line, Brockway will take the turn. Nice play that time by Ariel Mass, the left fielder. She went down the corner and held Brockway, and Brockway lucky to get back. She'll stand at first base with one out. Only the third hit of the day for HBU. Shelby Eccles led the game off with a base knock up the box. Heidi Jaquez provided the only offensive explosion for HBU as she got one out of here to right center in the bottom of the fourth inning. The only run for HBU. And now J.C. Roberts will step in. Roberts with power. Roberts a couple of home runs, 4 doubles on the year coming in. Redshirt freshman, Deer Park, Texas, as Dubois deals. One and one the count on Roberts. Ball gets away. Brockway will scamper down to second base. She'll stand there in scoring position. Now it's big. Kind of wondering why Coach Hall hasn't come out and run for Brockway in this situation, especially with her in scoring position and only one out. Not the fleetest of foot. First baseman standing at second. Roberts looks outside 3-1. This could get real interesting. You'd like to have a little bit more speed on the bases if you're HBU. Dubois will get a word from her catcher, Ella Manzer. 1 out. 3-1 the count. Brockway at second. She stands there after a base hit and a wild pitch. Let's put her in scoring position for J.C. Roberts. Roberts takes ball 4. She'll take first base, and that'll bring up Riley Bullen. Now, I remember being here for the second game of the Abilene Christian Series last Friday. Bullen was the hero. We were staring at a tie ball game with the bases loaded in 2 outs, and Riley Bullen cleared the bases with a bases clearing double. And she comes ready to swing, fouls that one off right side. Bullen not wasting any time pulling the trigger. Bullen, senior from League City, Texas, Clear Creek High School, San Jacinto Junior College product. Looking to get HBU right back in this ball game. Chasing one here, 1 out, 0-2 now the count for Bullen. She's got Brockway standing at second, Roberts at first with 1 out. 0-2. Jackie Jessup waits on deck as the ball is hit to shortstop. She'll get a play at first, and a double play will end it. Close play at first base. I don't think the HBU faithful like that call. Close play as Bowden stepped on second, got it over to Watson, and it was a double play, and that'll end it. So Southeastern Louisiana takes game 1 of the doubleheader 2-1. Your final line score will be Southeastern Louisiana 2 runs on 6 hits, no errors. HBU 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. Heather Zumo will pick up the win in the circle. Jessica Patak will be handed the loss for HBU. She'll run her record to 3-5. Zumo moves to 8-2 with the win. And we'll stand by and wait for game 2, which will come up in about 15 minutes or so. If you're watching on the live feed, we'll keep the live feed up so you can see the field, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes with the lineups are given for the second game. We'll get back on and we'll give you the lineups and get you all set for game 2 of our doubleheader. So once again, our final score from game 1 of the doubleheader here in Houston: Southeastern Louisiana 2, HBU 1. Stay with us. We'll be back for game 2 just a little later. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network.
still got it. I'm behind. So
Back here, Husky Field, Houston, Texas. Husky Sports Network presents Game 2 of our doubleheader today between the HBU Huskies and the Southeastern Louisiana Lions. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rodney Sidlick. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play solo today. Southeastern Louisiana runs their record to 4-0, perfect in Southland Conference play, as they pick up the 2-1 victory. Game 1. Game 2, just about set to get underway. Huskies on defense. The circle for Game 2, Sarah Vinker. Vinker is sophomore. Houston, Texas. Episcopal High School, Ball State transfer. 368 the earned run average, 2-0. The record for Vinker, 6 appearances, 3 starts, no complete games, 14 innings, 18 hits, 9 runs, 6 of them earned, 3 walks, and 11 strikeouts. Batting average gets 290. It's a leadoff hitter. Ariel Mass steps in to lead it off. Lineup pretty much the same both ways, except for the pitcher. Give you the lineups as we go. Mass, Rizzo, and Blackford, same top 3 for Southeastern Louisiana.
Not there yet.
Mass 370 coming into tonight's game, junior, left fielder. Pitches outside, runs the count to 2-1. On Ariel Mass, Lake Charles, Louisiana, transfer from Ula Lafayette. Ball is bunted. Vinker up over to Roberts, covering for the putout, 1-4. Nice play that time by Vinker, as she had to jump off of the circle in a hurry to get the speedy Mass, and she's retired 1 down here in the top of the first. That'll bring up third baseman Lindsay Rizzo. Rizzo, and she'll be followed by Madison Blackford, right fielder. Vinker delivers. Outside corner doesn't get a call. 1-0. Lindsay Rizzo, junior, 405 coming in, third baseman, left-handed hitter. Watson, Louisiana, Live Oak High School. Takes a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. That'll square the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down, just underway. Game 2, Southland Conference doubleheader. Southeastern Louisiana taking the first game 2-1. Run their record perfect at Southland Conference play. Pitches up high, a ball to Rizzo. Rizzo, 19 runs, 30 hits, 4 doubles, 3 RBIs coming in out of that 2-hole. Vinker deals outside again, and the count goes to 3-1. So Rizzo, Madison Blackford, right fielder waits on deck, and catcher Ella Manzer would be next. Catcher batting cleanup. Get through the rest of that Southeastern Louisiana lineup. She takes a strike, and the count goes full 3-2. Cleanup hitter is the catcher Manzer, followed by the first baseman Watson. Bowden, Beal, Greeley, and Goodman fill out the lineup for Southeastern Louisiana. As Rizzo swings, comes up empty. Strikeout for Vinker. Then there's 2 down here in the top of the first for the Lions senior right fielder, 25, Madison Blackford, 154 coming in. 6 hits, 1 double, 6 RBIs for Blackford, left-handed hitter. Vinker deals, strike 1. Blackford, a senior, Des Moines, Iowa, Hoover High School. She faces the right-hander, Sarah Vinker. 368 the earned run average coming in for Vinker. 2-0 the record. 6 appearances, 3 starts. Pitches inside a ball. Count moves to 1-1. 2 outs. Top of the first inning, game 2, doubleheader Southland Conference action, Husky Field, Houston, Texas. A beautiful day turned to evening, wind blowing slightly out center field. Pitches down low, a ball. There's a count to 2-1. It's a nice breeze, nothing to alter the game here. Slightly blowing outs to straightaway center field here at Husky Field, where it's 318 to straightaway center, 200 down the left and right field line. Pitches in there for a strike. 2-2, 2 outs to Blackford. 64 degrees, the game time temperature here in Houston. You cool off a little bit as the sun goes down here. It's got a cool day as the ball's hit right back. Finker. She'll flip on to Brockway to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Southeastern Louisiana. We'll move to the bottom of the first. Southeastern Louisiana, nothing. HBU just now coming to bat. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here, Husky Field, Houston, Texas. Bottom of the first inning we go. MC Como taking the circle here. Game 2 for Southeastern Louisiana, 7.17 the earned run average. 5-5 the record. And she'll work to the HBU Husky leadoff hitter Shelby Eccles. Eccles stays hot. Had a knock in that first game, one of only 3 hits for HBU. Lone run coming via the home run. Heidi Jaquez got that one out of here. That was the only run. As Huskies were handcuffed quite a bit by a real good duo of pitching in the first game, as that pitch is outside, a ball. Heather Zuma was the starter. Ellie Dubois in relief. They held this Husky lineup down. That pitch is down a ball. 2-0 the count. Husky leadoff hitter, Shelby Eccles. Redshirt freshman, Pearland, Texas native. So the pitch is in there, a strike to move the count to 2-1 here. Nobody out. Leadoff hitter, bottom of the first inning for HBU. Shortstop, Shelby Eccles. St. Agnes Academy. Pitches outside. 3-1. Got that average up to 400 now. Eccles. 16 hits, a couple of doubles, and a couple RBIs for the Husky leadoff hitter. Eccles looks outside again. And again, for the second game in a row, Eccles does what the leadoff hitter is supposed to do. She gets on base. Good sign for HBU. Couldn't do anything with her the first game when she got a base knock to lead off that first game right up the middle, and she was stranded. Zumo struck out the side after Eccles got that leadoff knock in game 1. Heidi Jaquez, senior catcher, 441 for Jaquez. She takes a ball up. Jaquez to be followed by Autumn Sidlick and Brockway. Brockway, the cleanup hitter. Heidi Jaquez, senior catcher, Wharton, Texas, takes a strike at the letters. Squares the count at a ball and a strike. One the count, nobody out. Shelby Eccles stands at first base. She's there via the base on balls as Jaquez will go have a word with her third base coach, Roger Wilhite. HBU looking to get something started here early against MC Como. Port Allen, Louisiana native Bruce Lee High School. Freshman, right-hander. Another pitch out of the zone for Como. Como 12 appearances. 8 starts, 37 2/3 innings pitched, 45 hits. Pitch is fouled off. Run the count to 2-2 on Jaquez. Sidlick waits on deck. 34 bases on balls, 23 strikeouts, and a .288 batting average against for MC Como. Como working to Jaquez. Jaquez pops it up on the infield. Second baseman, she's got it. That's Beal. Battling with the right fielder Blackford for that one, but Beal will take it for the first out here in the bottom of the first, and that'll bring up Autumn Sidlick. Sidlick, sophomore, 333. Couple of home runs on the young season for Sidlick. Got a lot of power. Right-handed hitter, Conroe Oak Ridge High School, as the ball gets away from Manzer. Eccles moves into scoring position for Sidlick. Sidlick 0 for 3 in the first game. Caitlin Brockway waits on deck. 1 down, 1-0 the count on Sidlick. She got that one right off the pitcher, and no chance to get Sidlick. Now is a play at the plate. Eccles will hold, and Sidlick just tattooed that softball. I'm going to check on Como out there as that ball got back on her in a hurry and then dribbled out halfway to right field. So as I talked about with Sidlick in the first game, she gets behind in the count and she goes fishing for the pitcher's pitch. That time she was ahead in the count, and she just ripped that ball right back at the Lions pitcher, MC Como. Training staff and coaching staff will come out to look at Como. She might have got hit in the hand. I hope it's not the pitching hand. Because like I said, that ball got back on her in a heartbeat. So Sidlick stands at first. She's got the base knock. Eccles at third. She drew a walk, and that'll bring up Caitlin Brockway. So you're going to look at Como for a little while. Like I said, that ball might have come back and got her. She seems to be okay. She may have to throw a few warm-up pitches here just to test it. But, boy, that's a scary situation for that young lady. Is that ball off the bat of Sidlick got back on her in a hurry. She had no time to react, and the ball was hit so hard that it dribbled halfway out to right field. So Como will take a few warm-up pitches, make sure she's okay. I'll step aside for a second. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Caitlin Brockway steps in for HBU. Huskies cleanup hitter. 2 runners aboard, first and third, 1 out. See Como, after having that pitch hit right back at her by Sidlick. She throws a few warm-up pitches, seems to be fine. Pitches up high, a ball to Brockway. Brockway, first baseman, cleanup hitter, sophomore, 378, the average coming in as she waves and misses. Brockway, Tomball, Texas. Tomball Memorial High School, one of 2 Tomball high schools. Memorial being the newer of the 2 high schools. So that area, northwest side of Houston, is growing. Pitch misses. 2-1. Sidlick, the runner at first. Base knock got her there. Shelby Eccles stands at third. She drew a walk, 1 out. 2-1 the count on Brockway. Looks like the squeeze was on as Eccles was breaking. Pitch was up high. Brockway couldn't get the bunt down, and now the count goes to 2-2. J.C. Roberts, freshman second baseman, waits on deck for HBU as the Huskies try to get something going here in the early going. Brockway will hit that one over to shortstop. Up to second, 1 over to first, no double play, so the run will score. Nice play that time. Bowden to Beal over to Watson, but not in time. Shelby Eccles will come home, and the Huskies score the early run. Sidlick is erased on the fielder's choice. Brockway stands at first. 2 outs now for J.C. Roberts, the freshman second baseman from Deer Park, Texas. Deer Park native, and she'll hit that one to center field. Center fielder and right fielder looking back. It will go off the base of the wall. Brockway around third. She will score easily, and a 2-out double for J.C. Roberts puts another one across the pay station for HBU, and something HBU needed in this second game after dropping the first one 2-1. They'll pick up a couple of runs here in the first inning and get out to an early 2-0 lead. That time, Roberts just took that pitch and served it out into right center field. 1 hop the wall. She's standing at second now with 1 out. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change for Southeastern Louisiana. We'll tell you who the new pitcher is in just a second. I'm going to step aside. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Riley Bullen stands in, fouls 1 back for HBU. Ellie Dubois finished up the game in relief. Game 1, pitched real well. A lot of off-speed stuff, had the batters off balance. And again, she hits that one. This ball is grounded to second. The second baseman can't come up with it, and everybody's safe. That one just got under the glove of Cameron Beal as it was hit slowly. That'll be an error, and Bullen will stand at first. On the play, Roberts moves over to third.
Yeah.
So first and third. Two outs here in the bottom of the first inning. 2 runs across already for HBU. Conference on the mound. So 2 outs, runners at first and third. And that'll bring up the designated player, Katie James.
Number 20, Katie James.
He only had one at-bat on the year, no average. Jane's a pitcher by trade. Starting to run out of warm bodies for this HBU lineup with all the injuries they've had. Pitches outside. As we mentioned, the game against Texas A&M on Tuesday night, they lost left fielder Cameron Parker to a knee injury. Earlier in the season, Avery Drake, the regular second baseman, was lost to an injury. So running out of position players and hitters, a lot of these pitchers are having to hit. Sarah Vinker, pitcher in the circle for this game, gets a few at-bats here and there. Count is 1-2 on Katie Janes. But Coach Mary Ellen Hall has had to have some of her pitchers step up and take positions in the batting order after these injuries as Janes swings and misses and Dubois gets the final out, but not before the Huskies score 2 runs on 3 hits. 2 runners left, no errors. We'll go to the top of the second from Husky Field in Houston. Your new score, HBU 2, Southeastern Louisiana nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here at Husky Field, Houston, Texas, Game 2 of the doubleheader. Rodney Sidlick on the Husky Sports Network. 26, Ella Manzer steps in, face Vinker. Pitches up high, a ball. Manzer, the cleanup hitter, senior. Alexandria, Louisiana native, Alexandria High School. She fouls that one straight back, and she's ready to run the count to 1-1 on Manzer. Watson waiting on deck. Bowden in the hole for Southeastern Louisiana, trailing it 2-0 to HBU here, top of the second inning. Sarah Vinker. That ball is ripped left field. Martin won't have a play. She'll play it off the wall, and it'll be a lead-off double for the cleanup hitter, Ella Manzer. She hit that one, a rope, frozen rope down the left field line. Nothing Martin could do in left field but play that one off the wall. So just like that, the Lions get a runner in scoring position with nobody out. And that'll bring up the first baseman, 5-hitter. 13, Madison Watson, a senior. Watson, reserve, Louisiana Riverside Academy, will foul that one back. Watson, 222. Average coming into the game. 4 hits, 2 doubles, 4 RBIs for Watson. Kelsey Bowden waits on deck for Southeastern Louisiana. Vinker deals high, ball, square the count at 1-1 strike. So nobody out. Leadoff double. Ella Manzer, the catcher, she stands on second. Madison Watson, first baseman. That one's hit right to Vinker. Vinker will look the runner back, throw it over to Brockway. Nice athletic play that time by the Husky pitcher, Sarah Vinker. As the ball was hit back, she turned, held the runner Manzer at second, then was able to get it over to her first baseman, Brockway, for the first out here in the second inning. And that'll bring up Kelsey Bowden, the shortstop. Pitches in the dirt. Nice play that time by Heidi Jaquez, the catcher. She keeps that one from going to the backstop and holds Manzer at second. Bowden, a senior. New Iberia, Louisiana native. Transferred from LSU Eunice, right-handed hitter. Takes outside a ball. Run the count to 2-0. 1 out. Runner at second base. Top of the second inning here. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Southeastern Louisiana takes the first game from HBU 2-1 to run their record to 4-0 in Southland Conference play. Sarah Vinker on the mound. She deals. Pitches a ball. 3-0. Cameron Beal, the second baseman, waits on deck for Southeastern Louisiana. Sarah Vinker, 3-0, 1 out, deals. That one out of the strike zone. A little bit of barking from the HBU faithful down below. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Cameron Beal, senior, Houma, Louisiana, Houma Christian for Cameron Beal. 226 average coming in for the senior. So Vinker will take a stroll around the circle. Have a little chat with Brockway. We've got a halt in play here. Vinker looks on. Not sure what the delay is. It's like we may have a pinch hitter at this point. It was due. Beal. Let's see.
It was going to be Beal, number 2.
Beal was due up. It's like Coach Rick Freeman has gone to his lineup card. It looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter. Looks like the hitter is going to be number 19, Sadie Hewitt, Texas native, Forney, Texas, freshman, right-handed hitter. So Hewitt steps in, right-handed hitter. Runners at first and second, 1 out, and the pitch is inside. Vinker. Hewitt 111 on the season coming in. Ball gets away from Jaquez, and it's going to get far enough away for the runners to advance. Now Vinker's got trouble to deal with as she has runners second and third with 1 out, facing the pinch hitter Hewitt. The 9 at-bats so far in the season for Hewitt, 1 hit. She takes a strike, and the count moves to 2-1, so runners at second and third. Sarah Vinker checks it. It's foul back. The count moves to 2-2. On Hewitt. We've just about reached nightfall here in Houston. Lights have come on here at Husky Field. Sarah Vinker deals. Call strike 3. Hewitt down looking, 2 outs, and now Sarah Vinker has a chance to get out of this as she will face the number 8 hitter, Audrey Greeley, the designated player. Really a freshman. Geismar, Louisiana. Parkview Baptist High School. Takes a strike. Greeley, 397 the average coming in. He held the average for an 8-hitter, left-handed hitter. Game situation here is she's got 2 runners in scoring position, 0-1 the count, 2 outs, and the Huskies leading it early 2-0. Pitch is fouled back. Now Vinker has her in a hole 0-2. Left-handed hitting Audrey Greeley. Sarah Vinker, we're trying to work out of trouble for HBU. Teammates staked her to an early 2-0 lead as she deals swing and a miss, got her, struck her out. And the Lions are done in the top of the second. No runs, a hit, 1 error, and 2 left. We'll move to the bottom of the second inning from Husky Field in Houston, Texas. Your score, HBU 2, Southeastern Louisiana nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, Rodney Sidley. Game 2 of a Southland Conference doubleheader between the Lions of Southeastern Louisiana. HBU Huskies. Huskies leading it 2-0. 26, Riley Martin, the freshman, steps in for HBU. Off-speed pitch, and boy, Dubois has a good one. She showed that in the first game, keeping these Husky hitters off balance. She threw that thing up, and it just floated into the strike zone. Nothing that Martin could do with that. Martin playing left field today. 0.77 the average coming in. For Martin, left-handed hitting freshman, Pearland, Texas, Pearland High School. Takes a strike, and that'll square the count at 2-2 for the former Pearland Oiler. Looking to get something started here in the bottom of the second with the Huskies already leading it 2-0. Pitch is down low, a ball. Martin will be followed by Sierra Humphreys, the 9-hitter. Then we'll go back to the top of the order for Shelby Eccles. Here in Game 2 of a Southland Conference doubleheader. Nice job that time by the young freshman drawing the base on balls. She'll be on base as Sierra Humphreys. Humphreys 192 coming in. Humphreys playing her normal right field position. Junior from Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Maybe asked to bunt in this situation by Coach Mary Ellen Hall. Left-handed hitter. Bunt situation generally for a 9-hitter. She will square. She will lay it down. Pitcher has it 1-3. Humphreys is retired. On the play, Martin moves to second. So nice job that time by the junior outfielder Sierra Humphreys, getting the bunt down, getting the runner into scoring position. And we'll head back to the top of the batting order with Shelby Eccles. Sacrificed that time, 1-3 on the putout. Moves Martin into scoring position for Shelby Eccles. Eccles 400 coming in, swinging a hot bat. Walked and scored her first time. Left-handed hitter. Another conference between the Southland Conference officials by the Southland Conference umpiring crew here tonight. Not sure what this discussion is about, but generally in these games, we usually have no idea what these discussions are about. We just know there's a lot of discussions out on the field between Southland Conference officials. And I've learned after following this conference for many, many years, it really doesn't matter what sport it is. There's a lot of conferences between Southland Conference officials. Now we're going to bring the third man into the fray. Like I said, I have no idea what they could be discussing. 2-3-0 for HBU, 0-1-1, the line score for Southeastern Louisiana. As the Huskies will batting here at the bottom of the second. The runner at second base, that's Martin. She drew a base on ball. She was bunted into scoring position by the number 9 hitter, Sierra Humphreys, and now Shelby Eccles gets her second crack at bat here. Walked the first time, walked and scored. Eccles, a redshirt freshman. Eccles, Pearland, Texas native, but she attended St. Agnes Academy in Houston. Left-handed hitter. 1 out. Runner at second base. Dubois deals. Pitch in the outside corner for a strike. Eccles will square the count and a ball to the strike. Ellie Dubois come in. 365 was her earned run average. Good job here as Eccles will foul it off, and now she's down in the count 1-2. And Riley Martin stands at second base. Got there via the base on balls. Left-handed hitting Eccles tried to get a run home, and she'll foul that one back left side again off the screen. So 1-2 the count, 1 out, bottom of the second inning. Huskies leading it 2-0 over Southeastern Louisiana. The Lions picked up the victory in the first game. SFA won both games today in Nacogdoches as that ball is dribbled to the shortstop, Bowden. Nothing she could do with that one. And the speedy Eccles stands at first with an infield hit, and the Huskies have something going here brewing in the bottom of the second as Heidi Jaquez steps in. So saying SFA picked up a 2-0 series win, both games of a doubleheader against Nichols. That runs their record to 5-0. A&M Corpus Christi won the first game over Lamar, 6-0, 5-0 top of the third and the second game as they're looking to sweep a doubleheader. Northwestern State, 5-2 over UIW. Second game just getting underway as the pitch is fouled back and the count is 1-1. Sam Houston won the first game of doubleheader at home against McNeese. They lead 6-1, bottom of the third. So Sam looking to bounce back from a 1-2 start. That pitch hit Jaquez, and she's going to stroll down to first with the hit by pitch. And the bases are loaded. We're 1 out for Autumn Sidlick, and this could spell trouble for Dubois, and that may be all that Rick Freeman needs to see. He may change pitchers here. Not sure if that's the pitcher he wants facing the power-hitting Sidlick with Brockway on deck. 3-4 hitters for HBU do. He will come out and have a word. Dubois, freshman from Shreveport, Louisiana, Evangel Christian Academy. The umpire will come and break this one up. Looks like she will pitch to Sidlick. I mean, how they're going to play this. No place to put Sidlick. He's got to pitch to her. Game situation right here. And I know Sidlick is a hitter. She's going to be wanting to swing out of her shoes with the bases loaded. I wouldn't be surprised if I was Dubois that I would throw her 3 straight off-speed pitches. Sidlick's tendency to jump on fastballs. Don't know why if you want to try to sneak one by her right here. She comes with a fastball, misses. Now Sidlick has got the counter favor, 1-0, favorable situation. You get Sidlick in a position where she could just sit on one, Brockway the same way, and they can do major damage. That's the pitch that's going to give Sidlick trouble. Luckily, she missed with it for Sidlick. And I'll run the count at 2-0. And Sidlick's not the kind of hitter you want to have to come back and throw one over the middle of a plate. Sidlick, a dead fastball hitter, and it's got a lot of pop in that right-handed swing. And that ball gets away. That ball hit her. Yeah, I thought it got away, but it got a piece of Sidlick. So Sidlick will reach via the hit by pitch, an RBI for Sidlick. Much the same way Texas A&M scratched a couple Tuesday night up in College Station against HBU. A couple hit by pitch RBIs for Texas A&M. That might be all. We might see the pitching change. Don't know if we're gonna see Dubois pitch to Brockway, and we're not. We got a pitching change here at Husky Field. We'll come back and set the new pitcher in just a moment. 3-0 your score. HBU leads it over Southeastern Louisiana. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Caitlin Brockway stands in for HBU. Sophie Hannibus stands in the circle for Southeastern Louisiana. Texas native, sophomore, 6-foot left-hander from Mansfield Legacy High School. 852 her earned run average coming in. Looking to stop the bleeding here as the Huskies are out to a 3-0 lead, and they've got the bases loaded with 1 out for the Huskies cleanup hitter, Caitlin Brockway, the first baseman, sophomore, Tomball, Texas native. Takes a pitch up high, 2-1. Brockway, as J.C. Roberts waits on deck. 3, 4, and 5 hitters for HBU here in the bottom of the second. Huskies already leading at 3-0. Brockway with a healthy hack. She'll foul that one back near the Lions' dugout. Count squares at 2-2. So 3 runs, 3 hits for HBU. No runs, 1 hit, and an error. The stat line for the Southeastern Louisiana Lions is they're already on their third pitcher, Como Dubois. Now Sophie Hannibus threw the off-speed pitch and got Brockway swinging, fooled her on that pitch. She goes down swinging. Big out that time for Southeastern Louisiana and Sophie Hannibus. She's going to get out of this inning. She's going to have to do it by getting out the freshman J.C. Roberts, second baseman. And she fouls it off. Roberts with a one-hop double off the wall her last time at bat. Right-handed hitter. RBI on that double for Roberts. And she'll just dribble this one over to the pitcher, Hannibus, over to Watson, and wow. Hannibus gets out of a big-time jam as the Huskies only score the one run, and they leave the bases loaded. We'll move to the top of the third from Husky Field in Houston, Texas. Your new score, HBU 3, Southeastern Louisiana nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, top of the third we go. Sarah Vinker in her third inning of work. She works to number 9 hitter Cameron Goodman, 271 coming in. Left-handed hitter. Marrero, Louisiana, John Curtis High School for Goodman. Number 9 hitter. Then we'll move back to the top of the lineup with Ariel Mass. Pitch in the dirt by Vinker. 2-0 the count. Goodman 271 the average coming in. 13 hits and a home run, 8 RBIs on the young season for the Lions center fielder. She'll take that pitch. Don't know where that was. Pitch goes to 3-0. That must have been low. It looked like it from my angle, which is not the best of angles. Looked like it crossed the plate. 3-0 the count now on Goodman. Left-handed hitters, Vinker deals. And she'll get the inside call for the strike that time. So 3-1 the count, nobody on, nobody out. Top of the third inning from Husky Field, Houston, Texas. Southland Conference doubleheader action. Game 2. Pitch is fouled straight back by Goodman. Vinker now has got the count back to full. As the Lions ran their record to 4-0 with a 2-1 win. Game 1. Huskies stake to an early 3-0 lead here in Game 2. Game 3 coming up tomorrow at noon as the pitch is off the plate. Last thing Vinker wanted to do with the 3-0 lead is walk the leadoff hitter, especially the number 9 hitter in the lineup. Turn that lineup over for Southeastern Louisiana. Bring up Ariel Mass. Left-handed hitting outfielder. 0 for 1 on the day for Mass. Patrolling left field. 370 the average for Mass coming in. Lake Charles, Louisiana, junior. That hits right back up the box past Vinker, and now the Lions have something going with the 9-hitter and the 1-hitter both reaching base, and now you get into the heart of that Southeastern Louisiana lineup. Could spell trouble as the Huskies lead at 3-0. First two aboard here in the third for Southeastern Louisiana, and that'll bring up Lindsey Rizzo, the third baseman. Rizzo 0 for 1 with a strikeout her first time. She'll square a bunt. Come up empty. 0-1 the count. Rizzo. Watson, Louisiana native, junior. Third baseman, Live Oak High School. Tried to get a couple runners in scoring position out of that 2-hole. She'll swing and miss, and now she's down in the count 0-2. Not sure if that'll take the bunt off or not for Southeastern Louisiana. With 3, 4, and 5 to follow. Rizzo just looking to get those two runners in scoring position. We'll see what she does here down in the count 0-2. Takes outside a ball. Did not square the bunt. Madison Blackford waits on deck for Southeastern Louisiana. Sarah Vinker, sophomore, works in the circle for HBU as that ball's hit right back to Vinker. She will turn third and get the force play. Nice play that time. Another good athletic play by the pitcher, Sarah Vinker. You can tell Sarah was a position player at some point in her softball career. She is a good glove person there in the circle. Turns that one over to Sidlick, and now we're going to have another discussion with the Southland Conference officiating crew. Not sure what this is about, but I never do. They were wondering if it was the play was right in front of them. It was a 1-5 to Sidlick. It was a forced play with the runners at first and second, so no tag was needed for the play, and it looked like the throw got there in plenty of time, but we're going to have a discussion nonetheless out here. If it stands, 1-5 on the put outfielder's choice. So like I said, no midweek game this week coming up for HBU. They will hit the road to beautiful Natchitoches, Louisiana for a 3-game series with the Demons of Northwestern State next weekend. If you've never been to Natchitoches, Louisiana, do yourself a favor and go to Natchitoches, Louisiana. I remember the Christmas festivals back in the 90s, and they were a good time in Natchitoches, Louisiana. Go to Natchitoches, Louisiana, go to the Christmas festival, and eat a meat pie. That's what everybody does in Natchitoches, Louisiana. You won't be sorry. Beautiful town on the Cane River, beautiful campus, Northwestern State, Central Louisiana. A couple of hours to the east of Lufkin, Texas. One of those scenic Louisiana towns. So no change on the call. First and second remains 1 out for Southeastern Louisiana. Blackford, they hit her 0 for 1 on the day. Left-handed hitter. She pops that one up to left field. Martin underneath it. She'll have it. Get it back in. Sidlick. Another big out for Vinker as she holds runners at first and second. And that'll bring up Ella Manzer, the catcher. So Manzer, the catcher. 154 coming in her average left-handed hitter. Or excuse me, Manzer, the right-handed hitter, 234. First and second now, 2 outs for Southeastern Louisiana. Pitches in there for a strike from Sarah Vinker. Manzer 234, 15 hits, 3 doubles, 14 RBIs. Leading RBI person in this Southeastern Louisiana lineup looking to scratch one here with a base knock. She'll foul that one down the right side and into the Southeastern Louisiana bullpen. Now she's down at count 0-2, and Sarah Vinker's one strike away from getting out of this mess where she had the first two runners reach base. So Sarah Vinker ahead in the count, 0-2, 2 outs. Runners at first and second, facing the Lions catcher, Ella Manser. Just popped up. Vinker will take it herself. She'll do it, and that'll retire the side. So 2 left on for Southeastern Louisiana. They do not score. So we'll go to the bottom of the third inning here from Husky Field in Houston. Your score, HBU 3, Southeastern Louisiana nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, Rodney Sidlick bringing you the play-by-play Southland Conference softball action. Second weekend of Southland Conference play. Huskies looking to get back into the win column as they've seen their non-conference record drop to 1-3 after they dropped the opening game of tonight's doubleheader 2-1. Riley Bullen will step in for HBU 0-for-1 on the day. Senior center fielder from League City, Texas. Clear Creek High School. San Jacinto Junior College. As he hits that one past the second baseman, she'll be able to get up, throw, and still get the out. Nice play that time by Cameron Beal. As that ball kind of came up on her, she was able to stay with it. And Bullen is out 4-3. And that'll bring up Katie Janes. Janes 0-for-1 with a strikeout. Lines that one foul down the right field line. No average on the young season for Janes. Janes, a freshman pitcher by trade. Kind of forced into action as we talked about. Janes, a freshman right-handed pitcher, Huffman Hargrave High School. With all the injuries that have occurred on this HBU roster, some of these pitchers are having to hit in the designated player position for Coach Mary Ellen Hall. The limited roster here for HBU after a couple of injuries to start the season. Down 2 position players, tough on this HBU roster to find some bats. That pitch misses, and the count goes to 2-1. 1 out here, bottom of the third inning. HBU leads it 3-0 over Southeastern Louisiana. We're coming to you live from Houston, Texas. Katie James, the hitter. That pitch misses. 3-1 the count. Sophie Hannibus, sophomore from Mansfield, Texas, in the circle for Southeastern Louisiana. Third pitcher of the night, used by Coach Rick Freeman. Three-two the count, 1 out, nobody on. Pitch is down low. Janes draws the base on balls. That'll bring up another true freshman, Riley Martin. Maybe running right here for Janes. Like I said, not a lot of options for Coach Mary Ellen Hall on that bench.
Sarah's pitch.
So it's tough as far as position players when your starting pitcher has to go in and pinch run. Not the most ideal situation for Coach Hall in that situation. But as we talked about when she was in the circle, Vinker appears to be, a very good athlete. She's a very good glove person. She handles the glove very well. She has hit in the lineup already this season a few times. So not just relegated to pitching duty, now coming into pinch run for HBU. She'll lead off. Riley Martin, 077 coming in. Drew a base on balls her first time. Left-handed hitting freshman. Playing left field today, Pearland, Texas. Pearland High School. Hits that one to the shortstop. This could be trouble. This is one over to first, not in time. Nice play that time by Bowden, the shortstop for Southeastern. She gets the 6 unassisted to retire the pinch runner, Vinker. She'll stand at first base with 2 outs, and that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Sierra Humphreys. Humphreys, 192 coming in. Left-handed hitting right fielder. Takes down low ball. Sierra, Tecumseh, Oklahoma native. Tecumseh High School. Takes down low again. The count goes to 2-0. So 2 outs. Runner at first base. That's Riley Martin. She's there. Reached on a fielder's choice. Stands there with 2 outs and a 2-0 count on Sierra Humphreys. Shelby Eccles would be next as that ball is hit down to the shortstop. Once again, Bowden, 6 unassisted to retire Martin, and that'll retire the side. So no runs for HBU. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Let's move to the top of the 4th inning. Your score, HBU 3, Southeastern Louisiana nothing. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, top of the 4th inning we go. Huskies leading at 3-0 over Southeast Louisiana. Sarah Vinker on the mound. Madison Watson, 0 for 1 on the day, right-handed hitter. Lions first baseman. 222. She hits that one to Roberts off her glove. Won't have a play. Tried to go for the backhand, Roberts did. Couldn't quite come up with it. Watson stands at first base with a hit. That'll bring up the shortstop, Kelsey Bowden, senior, 255.
What?
Bowden drew a base on balls her first time. Bowden, a native of New Iberia, Louisiana.
For who? I know that, but for who?
I think we have a pinch runner at first base. Get that number in just a minute. Pitches up high. Rodenberg, Anna, senior, Thibodaux, Louisiana native, into pinch run. Stands at first base, nobody out. Pitches off the glove of Jaquez. The pinch runner, Rodenberg, will move into second. Bowden stands in, 2-0 the count. Squares to bunt. Sarah misses again outside. Count goes to 3-0. Cameron Beal, the second baseman, waits on deck for Southeastern Louisiana. Huskies leading it 3-0. 3-0 the count, nobody on, runner at second base. Pitches outside again, a 4-pitch walk to Kelsey Bowden, and that'll bring up Cameron Beal. Beal, a Houma, Louisiana native, Houma Christian, left-handed hitter. So trouble brewing for the HBU Huskies. And Sarah Vinker here, top of the fourth inning. Pitches up high. Vinker, that's 5 straight out of the strike zone, and she's starting to struggle with her control. And veteran catcher Heidi Jaquez will break it up, go out and have a talk with her sophomore pitcher as she faces a 1-0 count with nobody on. Here in the top of the fourth for HBU. Cameron Beal, the left-handed hitter, second baseman, 226 coming in to tonight's second game. Square to bunt, pitches up high. Vinker out of the strike zone again, and she's starting to struggle with the command here. Corners creeping in for HBU's Sidlick and Brockway, expecting the bunt. Pitches down low a ball, and that's 7 straight out of the strike zone for Sarah Vinker. Want to load those bases right now. Up 3 runs here in the top of the fourth. Game 2 of a Southland Conference doubleheader. Game 2 coming up tomorrow, 12 noon. Throws that one right down the heart of the plate. Beal was taking all the way, and the count moves to 3-1. On the Lions, second baseman Cameron Beal. Sarah Vinker will deal. Bunt pushed down to Sidlick. Sidlick up over to Brockway to retire Beal. 5-4 on the putout with J.C. Roberts covering. But Beal does her job as she lays down the sacrifice to get 2 runners in scoring position. Designated hitter Aubrey Greeley having a lengthy conversation. Head coach Rick Freeman as he heads down to third base, and Greeley will hit 0 for 1 here in this nightcap. Struck out her first time at the plate. Game situation here. Second and third. 1 out. Lions trailing it 3-0. Vinker up high again. Count goes to 1-0. Greeley 397. He held the average out of that 8-hole for Southeastern. Swing and a miss. 1-1. As Vinker finds the strike zone that time. You go after this hitter, especially the bottom of the lineup. Goodman on deck, and then you turn that Lions lineup over to the top. Pitch is fisted out into the left, and that ball will drop foul. Just foul. Didn't much on that, just kind of fisted it out over the third baseman, Sidlick. Shortstop Eccles give it a run as well as Martin, left fielder. Kind of hit in no man's land. 1-2 the count now on Greeley. Cameron Goodman waits on deck for Southeastern. Pitches inside. That'll move the count to 2-2. 1 out, top of the 4th inning. Left-handed hitting designated player, Audrey Greeley. She pops that one up. Shortstop Eccles out. She'll squeeze it. Big out right there for Sarah Vinker. As she has runners at second and third, nobody able to move up on that one. She'll get the ball in, and Vinker's got to go after this number 9 hitter with runners at second and third. Don't want to turn that lineup over to Mass. Mass, a 370 hitter at the top of that lineup. Goodman 271, number 9 hitter. Left-handed hitting. Marrero, Louisiana native. Center fielder. Trying to get Southeastern on the board here in the 4th. She'll take a half-hearted swing, appeal. I don't know if you can hear the reaction from the HBU faithful, but they thought it was a swinging strike. 2-0 the count, 2 outs. Sarah Vinker working to the number 9 hitter, Cameron Goodman. Trying to get out of this mess. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch that time. Is sort of a rise ball. Got Goodman to go fishing for it up in the zone. There's a count to 2-1. 2 outs, second and third to runners. Sarah Vinker. Goodman squares to bunt, now pulls the bat back, and it pitches up high. Now 3-1. And like I said, you don't want to give in to, with Goodman, try to make her hit her way on. 3-1. Heavy hitting top of that lineup for Southeastern Louisiana. Last thing Sarah Vinker wants to do is turn that lineup over. Got to go after the number 9 hitter. Pitches right down the middle for a ball. And like I said, from this vantage point, it's hard to see. I mean, you could tell that pitch was over the plate, but it's hard to tell whether it's high or low from our vantage point. Umpire calls it a ball. The bases are loaded now with 2 outs, and that's going to be all for Sarah Vinker. Nice job. I mean, she did a really great job out there. She battled the whole way. Only the 3 hits. Leaves the bases loaded. 3 2/3. She's going to turn it over to Lindy Swanson. Redshirt freshman from Katy, Texas. St. John's 22nd Preparatory Academy. So Swanson on to pitch, the bases loaded. Jam, let's step aside for a second. Huskies leading at 3-0 over Southeastern Louisiana. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, Lindy Swanson in relief of Sarah Vinker. Bases loaded. And she's going to face the top of that Southeastern Louisiana lineup, Ariel Mass, the left fielder. Mass 370 coming into tonight's second game. 1 hit and 2 at bats, and she just delivers again, and that ball gets past Martin. 2 runs are going to score, 3 runs are going to score, and we've got ourselves a tie ball game. Mass is in there. She is out. Tag applied by Sidley. That's going to retire the side, but a 3-run double by Ariel Mass, and we've got a tie ball game. So identical stat lines, 3 runs, 3 hits for both teams. We'll move to the bottom of the 4th inning here from Husky Field in Houston. Your new score, Southeastern Louisiana 3, HBU 3. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here, we got a brand new ball game from Husky Field in Houston, Texas. Rodney Sidlick on the Husky Sports Network. All knotted at 3. 3 runs, 4 hits for Southeastern Louisiana. 3 runs, 3 hits for HBU. Sophie Hannibus remains in the circle for Southeastern Louisiana. Mansfield, Texas native as she works. Strike call. Shelby Eccles, the leadoff hitter. So Eccles, Jaquez, and Sidlick, top of that Husky batting order. Eccles hits it down to the shortstop. Shortstop over, not going to be in time. Nice wheels that time as Bowden gloved it. No, again, no chance to get the speedy Eccles, and Eccles is on base again for HBU to lead off an inning. That'll bring up the catcher, Heidi Jaquez. Jaquez stands in, takes a strike. Wharton, Texas native. Left-handed hitter. Squares to bunt, takes, the runner takes off, throw gets away. So Eccles is in there at second in scoring position for Jaquez. 0-1 the count. So stolen base for Eccles. Jaquez stands in 0-2 the count. Pitches up high to Heidi. The Wharton, Texas native. Senior. Looking to get HBU back in the driver's seat after that 3-run double, tied this ball game. As she hits it to second. There's shortstop. Nice play that time by Bowden as she faked the throw and then tagged out the runner Eccles for the first out of the inning.
Now at bat for the Huskies, number 11, Autumn Sidlick.
Sidlick will stand in. Sidlick had that screamer off the pitcher, Como, her last time at bat for a base hit.
Okay, what was the first foul?
Pretty much put an end to Como's night. He wasn't quite right after that. Think it might have taken that one off the hand, off the bat of Sidlick. 1-0 the counts. That pitch is outside 2-0. So Jaquez stands at first. She's there on the fielder's choice. Sidlick in the batter's box. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is outside again. Now Manzer will go out to have a word with her pitcher, Hannibus. Sidlick looking to be patient here. Get some Husky base runners on for Brockway and Roberts. Sidlick 333 coming in. Second game. Up that average with a knock her first time. Takes down right down the middle for a strike, taken all the way, and the count moves to 3-1. Jaquez on base via the fielder's choice. Sidlick takes the walk, now a strike. Much to the chagrin of the HBU faithful down below. Thought that pitch was a little out of the zone. Sidlick steps back in, 3-2 the count, 1 out. She'll continue to battle here. She hits that one to right fielder. That may get over her head, and it does. Down the wall, Sidlick will have to hesitate, and she will get back to first. Jaquez will come around to third. She was on Jaquez's heels, if you can believe that, but wasn't much she could do. She had to remain on first base, so it's a long ringing single for Sidlick as she comes back out of the 3-2 count and drives that one over the right fielder Blackford's head. Now the Huskies are in business with runners at first and third with only 1 out, and the cleanup hitter Caitlin Brockway coming to the plate for HBU. So Sidlick 2 for 2 on the day. Brockway hits that one right side out of play. She's down in the count 0-1. Big situation right here. Got to stay out of the double play. That's the only thing that the middle of that Husky lineup has to stay away from. The ground ball that turns into 2. Brockway will hit that one back. Catcher Manzer gives it a look. Couldn't quite get there. Now Brockway has to protect down in the count 0-2. Really needs to get this ball in play and get that runner home. Jaquez from third. Sidlick, long single over the right fielder's head, stands at first. Jaquez fielder's choice at third. Brockway 0-2. She hits that one to right, just fouls it off. Out of play. Count remains 0-2. J.C. Roberts, second baseman, waits on deck for HBU. As we play in the bottom of the 4th inning, game 2 of a doubleheader Southland Conference play. Brockway hits that one, third baseman over. She will squeeze it. That's Rizzo. The shortstop brings it in.
What happened just then?
J.C. Roberts will step in now. So Sidlick remains at first, Jaquez at third, and the Huskies are going to score with 2 outs. It's going to be up to J.C. Roberts, the freshman from Deer Park, Texas. Pitches a strike, and that'll even the count at a ball and a strike. Roberts 1 for 2, then RBI. Continues her hot hitting. And that pitch is a strike. Man. I think the same pitch he just called to Sidlick on that outside corner. The outside corner is getting pretty deep. 1-2. Count on Roberts. She'll just dribble this to the pitcher. Pitcher will tag her out. That'll retire the side. So an opportunity goes awry for HBU. The bottom of the fourth, as they don't score after the single by Sidlick. We'll move to the top of the fifth. All knotted at 3 here at Husky Field in Houston. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network, and we move to the top of the fifth inning. All knotted at 3. Lindy Swanson back out for her second inning of work in relief of Sarah Vinker here, game 2 of a doubleheader. Huskies fall to Southeastern game 1, 2-1. The pitch is a strike, so the count's 1-1 now on Lindsay Rizzo, third baseman, 0 for 2 with a strikeout here in the second game. She'll square to bunt. At times, Swanson picks up a call on the outside corner. Madison Blackford, right fielder, waits on deck. Pitches up high at ball. 2-2 the count. Top of the fifth inning. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for Southeastern Louisiana. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for HBU. Lindy Swanson on in relief of Sarah Vinker. Ball down. The count moves to 3-2 on the Lions' junior third baseman, Lindsay Rizzo. Watson, Louisiana. She hits that one right back up the box, and nothing Swanson could do but get out of the way. And Rizzo has herself a leadoff knock here in the top of the fifth, and once again the leadoff runner reaches base for Southeastern Louisiana. Madison Blackford steps in, left-handed hitter for Southeast Louisiana. 0 for 2. Runner takes off. Throw down is going to be high. Rizzo is in there with the stolen base. Now she's in scoring position. A runner at second base. 0-1 the count. Nobody out here. Top of the fifth inning from Husky Field in Houston. Squares to bunt. Ball is foul by Blackford. Ella Manser, the catcher, waits on deck for Southeastern. Tie ball game here. Top of the fifth inning. More Husky softball action coming at you tomorrow. If I have a voice left, I'll be with you at 12 noon for the final game of the 3-game series. Inside corner doesn't get the call. It's a count to 1-2. So like I mentioned previously, no midweek game on the schedule right now for HBU. They will hit the road 1 week from today as they will head to Natchitoches, Louisiana, take on the Demons. Pitch is hit into right center. Nobody's going to get that one. That's going to bloop in. Don't think it'll get a run home, and it won't. Pitch is back. Now they got a runner in a pickle. Play to the plate, and she is going to be out. And now he's going to say safe. And the faithful below did not like that call. It looked from here, and I had a pretty good angle at it. It looked like Jaquez got the tag down. And now we have Coach Mary Ellen Hall on the field, and she's trying to get an explanation from the Southland Conference officiating crew.
It'll be advance on the throw. So plus and then plus T.
Are you kidding?
So as they try to explain it to each other, Jaquez looks dejected, and I don't blame her. That was a heck of a play at home plate. Step aside for a second. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. All right, back to play here. Run scores as I think the barking continues from the HBU dugout. The home plate umpire is going to come over and have a word with Coach Mary Ellen Hall. I don't think anybody down here below is happy with that call. I know no one in the dugout was. Southeastern Louisiana now takes the 4-3 lead. They have a runner at second base with nobody out. Ella Manzer steps in now to third. Throw down. She gets under the tag.
Oh God, here we go. What?
You got music.
Southeastern Louisiana continues to run on the Huskies here in this series, and now they have a runner at third base with nobody out. Manzer fouls that pitch back. Madison Watson, 1 for 2, waits on deck for Southeastern. Pitch is fouled off. 0-2. Manzer. Lindy Swanson. 3 hits and a run so far for Swanson. Trying to get out of further trouble. Pitch is popped up. Center fielder Bullen has it. Runner will tag. Play at the plate. Won't be close. Blackford will score on the sacrifice fly. Retired was 5-7. 0-2.
Now at that, number 13, Madison Watson.
Madison Watson steps in now, 1 out, nobody on, and the Lions leading it 5-3. Some of the air has come out of this HBU lineup. That pitch is popped up. Brockway will come in and get it, and Watson is retired for the second out of the inning. Kelsey Bowden, the senior shortstop, right-handed hitter, will step in for Southeastern Louisiana. As 2 runners across here so far in this 5th inning. Southeastern now with the 5-3 lead here, looking for the doubleheader sweep. The Lions looking to run their record to 5-0 to match the 5-0 start by Stephen F. Austin for the top spot in the Southland Conference. Swing and a miss that time by Bowden. 255 her average coming in. New Iberia, Louisiana native. Looking for a 2-out rally after 2 are already in. Swing and a miss. Evens a count at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Bowden. Cameron Beal would be next for Southeastern. Lindy Swanson on in relief of Sarah Vinker. Pitch is fouled back. Count remains 2-2. So deuce is wild. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runs in so far here in the 5th for Southeastern. Fouled back once again. We'll do it again with a 2-2 count. 12 noon tomorrow, first pitch. Hope to be back in the same seat tomorrow at 12 noon. Bring you the final game of this 3-game series. Last time in a couple weeks we'll be up here as the Huskies will hit the road. Pitch is down low, and the delayed strike 3 call by the Southland Conference officiating crew ends the inning. 2 runs across for Southeastern. So we'll move to the bottom of the 5th. The Lions leading at 5-3 over HBU. You're watching Southland Conference softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here at Husky Field in Houston, Texas, everybody in the press box getting a little restless. It's that time. It's a Friday night. It was like that last Friday night. Thanks to this hitter, Riley Bullen, we weren't here till midnight as she cleared the bases in the bottom of the 6th. Send the Huskies on their way to a 10-6 victory in Game 2. The doubleheader last Friday night against Abilene Christian. Huskies again find themselves chasing 2. Been a disappointing night if you're a Husky fan. Just things not going your way. Stake to the early 3-0 lead. Mass with the 3-run bases clearing double. tie this ball game up, and then 2 runs the last inning. Bullen was fooled on that pitch. And she's down swinging, and there's 1 down. That'll be up Katie James. James 1 for 2 or 0 for 1. He's got a walk and a strikeout on the night for the young freshman. Huffman, Texas, Hargrave High School. Pitcher by trade. But as we mentioned several times, the ball is dribbled to third base. Rizzo up, over to Watson. James is out 5-3. Coach Hall has had to turn to some of her pitchers in that designated player role when they're not pitching because she's just short of bodies at this point with a couple of injuries that have taken her position players out of the lineup. Riley Martin, another freshman, playing in left field today, stands in for HBU and takes a strike. Martin 0 for 1 with a walk. Left-handed hitter. Takes a pitch outside, runs the count to 1-1. So 2 down quickly here in the bottom of the 5th. And Huskies still chasing 2, down 5-3 to Southeastern Louisiana. Pitches outside a ball, 2-1 the count on Martin. Martin will be followed by the number 9 hitter, Sierra Humphreys. Then we'll go back to the top of the lineup. Shelby Eccles pitches down a strike. Martin steps out. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 5-3 Southeastern Louisiana leads it. Pitches outside a ball. Count goes to 3-2. Sophie Hannibus continues to work in the circle for Southeastern Louisiana. She was the 3rd pitcher following Como and Du Bois. Hannibus has settled in, came in with an .852 earned run average. She's pitched well here tonight in relief for Southeastern Louisiana to shut this HBU Husky lineup down. That'll do it. Quickly and quietly, the Huskies go in the 5th. We'll move to the top of the 6th. From Husky Field in Houston, Texas, your score, Southeastern Louisiana 5, HBU Huskies 3. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Back here on the Husky Sports Network. 5-3 Southeastern Louisiana leads it. Swing and a miss. Cameron Beal at bat. Audrey Greeley waits on deck. Sixth inning, top of the sixth. Beal, Greeley, and Goodman, 7, 8, and 9, due for the Lions here in the sixth inning. They lead it 5-3 over HBU. Swing and a miss. Beal is retired. That'll bring up Audrey Greeley, the designated player. 0 for 2 with a strikeout so far here tonight in the second game for Greeley. 397 coming in. Squares to bunt, takes outside a ball. So one down. 0-1 the count on Greeley. Cameron Goodman, the center fielder, waits on deck. Here in the top of the sixth inning, game 2 of the doubleheader. Southland Conference action, second weekend of Southland Conference action. Against Squares to bunt, takes that one for a strike. Count moves to 1-1. Lindy Swanson on in relief of Sarah Vinker. Run into some trouble so far tonight. 2 runs, 3 hits, both earned run, a couple of strikeouts so far. Swanson, she's on the hook for the loss. With the Lions leading at 5-3. 2-1 the count, 1 out, top of the sixth. Which is down a ball, and that'll run the count to 2-2. Goodman, the number 9 hitter on deck. Mass would be next. She has the big hit in the game. 3-run double. Ball is dribbled foul past third baseman Sidlick. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Greeley, left-handed hitter. Geismar, Louisiana native. Parkview Baptist High School. Call strike 3. She's gone looking. 2 outs now for the number 9 hitter, center fielder Cameron Goodman. Goodman, 271 coming in. She's helped her cause officially no at-bats. She's had 2 walks. She'll square to bunt. Left-handed slap hitter. Takes outside a ball 1-0. So 2 down here. Top of the sixth inning. Southeastern Louisiana went leading at 5-3. That ball is hit right back to the pitcher Swanson over to Brockway, and that'll retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Southeastern. We'll move to the bottom of the sixth inning from Husky Field in Houston. Your score, Southeastern Louisiana 5, HBU 3. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Sierra Humphreys bounces one up the middle on the first pitch for a base knock. It's a good start by the number 9 hitter. Humphreys, she'll reach. Nice piece of hitting, and she just hit that one back where it came from. Hopefully get a rally started here for HBU as we'll turn the lineup over, and we'll move to the top with Shelby Eccles. Eccles 2 for 2 as she continues her hot hitting. Man, she reaches base a lot. Knox does the job as consummate leadoff hitter for HBU this season. Has done a great job out of that leadoff spot. 400 coming in for Eccles. Didn't hurt that at all with 2 hits and a walk so far tonight. 1-1 the count. So Sierra Humphreys at first. She's there with a base knock to lead off the bottom of the 6th. And boy, would the Huskies like to put up a big crooked number in this situation as Eccles waves at a pitch way out of the strike zone. Eccles, leadoff hitter. She'll be followed by Jaquez and Sidlick here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-2, another half-hearted swing by Eccles, and something that doesn't happen very often. She's gone swinging. Rarely does Eccles not make contact, and she's down swinging for the first out here in the 6th inning, and that'll bring up Heidi Jaquez. Jaquez 0 for 2 on the night. Takes a strike. 0-1 the count. 1 out. Humphreys at first. Again, Hannibus pulls the string on that off-speed pitch. It's hard to tell from back here because we're behind home plate. So you're not being able to see it from the pitcher's view. Notice that watching the game of Texas A&M. Very envious of the broadcasters on the Learfield IMG college broadcast. Being able to see the pitch coming into the catcher makes a whole lot of difference. Perspective is not quite as good when you're standing behind home plate, behind the catcher and the umpire. 1-2 the count. It's kind of hard to see pitches. Defensive swing that time by Jaquez as she fouls it off to the left side. Sophie Hannibus, great job in the circle. Mansfield, Texas native, Legacy High School. Really good job for these Lions in relief. Third pitcher use. Pitch is fouled off, and Jaquez continues to battle. You know Jaquez, the senior backstop, is going to battle you in a game situation, and she's in a game situation right here for HBU. To get a couple of runners on, give Sidlick and Brockway a chance. It's what you look for, the middle of that HBU lineup. Pulls the string again outside corner, and Jaquez is gone swinging. So after the leadoff single by Sierra Humphreys on the first pitch, she's still standing on first base, and it'll be up to Autumn Sidlick with 2 outs. Sidlick 2 for 2 on the day. A nice bounce back after a tough first game. She had that one off the pitcher in her first at-bat. She's got an RBI. To her credit, hit by a pitch. 2 hits and a hit by a pitch. Like to work that outside corner on Sidlick. Got it that time and squares the count at 1-1. So Sierra Humphreys stands at first. 2 outs now. Off-speed pitch. 1-2. She gets a call. Now Sidlick have to protect. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hannibus continues to deal. She deals down low and squares the count at 2-2. So once again, Deuces Wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first base, that's Sierra Humphreys. She led off the inning with a base knock up the middle. Still there after consecutive strikeouts. Sidlick that time to right. Right fielder back. Looking up, that ball is gone. Home run, Autumn Sidlick, and just like that, this game is tied. Wow. An opposite field bomb by Sidlick. As that time, she took the outside pitch, went with it, and drove it right past the IBEW sign in right field for a 2-run homer, and we're tied at 5 here at Husky Field. Wow. Impressive power that time by that young sophomore as she went oppo and she just drove that moonshot out of here. And we're tied and we've got a brand new ball game as Brockway steps in with 2 outs and nobody on in a brand new ball game. Wow. Impressive stuff right there by Sidlick. Brockway takes down. Didn't know if it had enough to get out of here when she first hit it because she got under it. It was quite high, but she got a lot of it and just drove it right past the scoreboard out there in right field. And that's impressive. A power-hitting right-handed hitter got that much pop to the opposite field. So Sidlick's home run has got the Huskies tied here at 5. Brockway waves and misses, and it's 1-2. Brockway'd like to match Sidlick, get something she can drive out of here and put the Huskies up. The pitch is down low, a ball. Brockway 0 for 3, does have an RBI. A sacrifice fly and a strikeout. Dribbles that one foul past the first baseman to stay alive. J.C. Roberts waits on deck. Would be next if Brockway could reach. So brand new ball game. 5 runs, 6 hits for Southeastern Louisiana. 5 runs, 7 hits for HBU. Now gets past the catcher Manzer. Down the dirt, 3-2. Brockway. Stays alive. 3-2. 2 outs. Nobody on. Tie ball game. Two runs home this inning for HBU. Brockway fouls it. Right side. We'll wind it up and do it again. So Hannibus was cruising along until Sidlick changed that. HBU right back in his ball game now. We start all over again, tied at 5 here in the bottom of the 6th. Brockway stays alive. 3-2 the count on Brockway. 2 outs, 2 in for HBU. Brockway, impressive at bat as she worked a walk. I had to hold my breath on that one. Didn't know she was going to get rung up. Like I said, hard to tell from this vantage point if a pitch is high or low. The pitch was over the plate, I can tell you that. So Brockway reaches via the base on balls, and that'll bring up J.C. Roberts. And she will hit that one past the right fielder. This has got a chance. Roberts checks into second. They're going to try to score the runner from third. Play at the plate will not be in time. Brockway scores, and J.C. Roberts with a ringing double to right center field. Brockway scores, and the Huskies lead it 6-5. Wow. Just like that, chasing two outs. Sidlick with the 2-run home run. Roberts after the walk to Brockway. Brockway crosses the pay station to put the Huskies up 6-5 in the bottom of the 6th inning. A big inning right here for HBU.
I love this.
Next up for the Huskies, Riley Bullen.
Riley Bullen stands in. Got a chance for some insurance here. I'd like to see Bullen that knock and get the speedy Roberts home from second. She fouls a pitch off. Nice piece of hitting is Roberts just took that ball to the right center field gap, and once it got through, there was no way they were going to hold up Brockway. She scored. The throw was not close, and the Huskies now lead it. And that ball is ripped to left field, but Mass on to catch it as Bullen tattooed that ball, but right at the left fielder. So the Huskies get the lead. 3 runs in that inning. Big blow coming on the Sidlick 2-run home run, followed by the 2-out RBI to put the Huskies ahead by J.C. Roberts. We'll go to the top of the seventh from Husky Field in Houston. Your new score, HBU 6, Southeastern Louisiana 5. You're watching Southland Conference Softball on the Husky Sports Network. Well, Swanson's going to end this. She's going to have to end it with the top of the Lions lineup. A tough out to get out. That's Ariel Mass, the left fielder. She had the big blow in this game for Southeastern Louisiana. As she had 3 RBIs. She's 2 for 3. Had the 3 RBI double to tie the ball game up. She hits that one to left, and that ball is going to be foul. Wow. Tough hitter right there. A lot of pop out of that leadoff spot by Mass. Down in the count 0-2. Lindy Swanson. On in relief, Sarah Vinker trying to pick up the win here in relief for HBU. Try to send it to a rubber game tomorrow. Back to Swanson. Swanson to Brockway. Big out there to retire Mass. And there's one down here in the 7th inning. Big out right there for Lindy Swanson. That'll bring up Lindsay Rizzo, the third baseman for Southeast Louisiana. 1 for 3 with a strikeout here in the second game. Huskies looking to close it out, move their record to 2-3 in conference play, and force a rubber game tomorrow, 12 noon right here at Husky Field in Houston, Texas. Swanson gets the strike call. Rizzo down in the count, 0-1. 1 out, top of the 7th. Lions looking to stay alive. That ball is hit right past the third baseman, Sidlick, as she was playing in. Nice job of slap hitting that time as Rizzo just punched that and past Sidlick into left field, and the Lions have a 1-out base runner. Madison Blackford steps in for Southeastern, right fielder. 154 coming in for Blackford. 1 for 3 with an RBI. Right-hand or left-handed hitter. Outside corner. Swanson deals. 0-1.
Firehouse subs challenge. Can you pass these out at some point? If you just want to like chill at the end and just pass them out there.
Lindy Swanson
Thank you, Grace. You're the best.
in the circle, HBU, trying to close it out. Swing and a miss. Foul. She got a piece. Fouled it back. It's 0-2. Tying run at first base for Southeastern. Go ahead, run at the plate. 1 out, 0-2 the count on Madison Blackford. Lions right fielder. Facing Lindy Swanson. Pitch is popped up, out of play. Jaquez will give it a look. No chance. And the count stays 0-2. Southeastern Louisiana, perfect on the season in Southland Conference play. 3-0 coming in, picked up the victory in game 1, 2-1. HBU looking to provide the first blemish to that record. That pitch is popped up. Jaquez under it, and she's got it. Well, I was afraid she was going to trip over that bat. Great job of battling the lights and the elements by Jaquez. 2 down now, runner at first base, and Last chance for Southeastern Louisiana will be the catcher, Ella Manzer. Manzer 1 for 2 with an RBI. Madison Watson 1 for 3, waits on deck, would be next. Pitches a strike, and it's 0-1. So 2 outs, tying run at first. Manzer the hitter, catcher, right-handed hitter, 0-1. Ball is hit to Roberts. She gloves it. It's got it over to Brockway, and that is the ball game. Huskies win it 6-5 on a nice comeback in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-run home run, Autumn Sidlick. A go-ahead double by J.C. Roberts stakes HBU to the 6-5 victory, and we'll do it in a rubber game tomorrow right here at Husky Field. Well, we'd like to thank everybody here in the press box, everybody that made this broadcast possible. Don't forget to join us. Don't forget to join us tomorrow, 12 noon, first pitch here at Husky Field, as we'll do it for the rubber game. So the Huskies will move to 2-3 in Southland Conference play. Southeastern Louisiana drops their first game of the season. They move to 4-1, and we'll do it again tomorrow at 12 noon. This is Rodney Sidlick saying so long from Houston, where once again your final score, HBU 6, Southeastern Louisiana 5. Until tomorrow, so long, everybody.